Yeah, if you what accounts and if it needs updates or anything, yeah. Oh, you are? Okay, so they might do an auto login and there's a software they use. Yeah, that's Carlos Gomez. Anything to do with accounts, you have to do anything, right? Then anything. Okay, sounds good. Okay, I'll do that now. Okay. Okay, no problem. Is the Archie's list working?
Here, let's see. Yeah, power. Yeah, 14, sync.
Check 1, 2.
Check audio, test 1, 2.
Good morning, Council Portini checking in.
Test audio, check 1, 2.
We're hearing you fine on the WebEx.
Hi, good morning. It's Counselor Santos checking in. Can you hear me?
there might be two sessions open or one? Yeah.
Maybe
Now you're-
now, am I not connected to this?
Hi, good morning. This is Counselor Santos checking in. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Counselor Santos. We can hear you loud and clear.
Good morning, Counselor Tour checking in.
We're hearing loud and clear.
Madam Clerk, do we have counselors online and do we have quorum to start the meeting?
Through your Chair Barb, we do have Counselor Santos, Counselor Fortini, and Mayor Brown online, as well as Counselor Tour. So yes, we have quorum.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As we begin today's meeting, we would like to acknowledge that we are gathering here today on the treaty territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and before them, the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Huron, and Wendat. We also acknowledge that many First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other global Indigenous people that now call Brampton their home. We are honored to live, work, and enjoy this land. Good morning, and welcome to our meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. All members are present today, with the following participating remotely or absent. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Chair, I believe Councillor Medeiros will be joining us shortly. I don't.
I'm on right now.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. We can hear you, Counselor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Does any member wish to add in a business item to today's meeting? I do see Councillor Palashi on the board. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to, in discussing with staff, 8.2.6 is on today. It, as per the direction from council, this report doesn't reflect what the direction was. So I'm not sure where the error was. Staff are asking me to either refer it back to them so they can double check, or I can put it back into camera and make the direction extremely clear this time around. I'm happy to do that. But if you don't feel like the direction was, I don't know why the direction was missed, so I can put it back in camera and clarify the direction probably in a form of a motion.
Through you, Chair Brower. I wonder if, was it the option of a second map that either the full pin or a
I
portion
don't know
of
what
the
I can
pin?
say because it was in camera
Okay.
direction. So why don't I refer to in camera today, and then we'll come out and we'll deal with the item after. But that means that there'll be no public delegations on that item today. If there was any public delegations, then there's no need to delegate today.
So, through you, Chair, we'll move that into the closed session just to clarify the direction provided
Perfect,
in closed session.
perfect.
And the reason for going in will be,
Clarification.
that's not a rule.
Whatever,
Disposition, possible disposition of land.
yeah,
Okay.
Okay?
whatever it was,
Thank you.
why it went into camera last week.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi to, oh, Councillor Power, did you have anything?
Yeah, if I can just add an announcement, Madam Chair, for Troy Ross, induction into the Boxing Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Seeing no,
It's Mayor Brown, my name's up on the board here.
Mayor Brown?
Yes, I have one item to add in camera, and I've spoken to the city solicitor.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Mayor Brown, city solicitor is not here at the moment.
Through you, Madam Chair. I believe he's online.
Mayor Brown, we can,
He's online.
oh, okay, he's online. Mayor Brown, what would you like to do?
I have an item in camera for discussion with council.
What's the item for?
The city solicitor can describe under which grounds it would be. It's an item that he called me about this morning.
Thank you.
This is in relation to negotiations.
Madam Clerk, it's related to negotiations. Perfect. 15.5. Okay. Thank you. Seeing no other councillors on the board, we will have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi to approve the agenda. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, the clerk will so note for the meeting minutes. Committee, as a part of our consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as a part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. I will start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. 7.1, staff update, government relations matter. In consent. 8.2.1, staff report, memorandum of understanding the Brampton Public Library. In consent. 8.2.2, staff report, request to begin procurement, Riverwalk Construction Manager Services, held by Councillor Keenan. 8.2.3, staff report regarding agreements executed by the administrative authority for July 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2024. In consent. 8.2.4, staff report regarding important and commemorative dates, 2025. In consent. 8.2.5, staff report regarding 2025 user fees, community services, held by Councillor Palashi. And are there any other possible delegations for 6.3? Seeing none, that'll be held by Councillor Palashi. 8.2.6, staff report regarding surplus declaration and disposal of a portion of a city-owned lands at 40 and 0 Aurora. And that was referred to in camera. Are there any possible delegations? Seeing none, thank you. 8.2.7, staff report regarding 2024 third quarter operating budget forecast, held by Councillor Palashi. 8.2.8, staff report regarding 2024 development charges by bylaws amendment public meeting. Are there any possible delegations for 6.1? Seeing none, in consent. 8.2.9, staff report regarding 2024 third quarter reserve report. In consent. 8.2.10, staff report regarding 2024 third quarter capital project financial status report. In consent. 9.2.1, staff report regarding request to begin procurement various transit goods and services. In consent. 9.2.2, staff report regarding request to begin procurement retro reflectivity inspection and signs inventory data collection services for a 3-year initial term and 2 optional 1-year terms. In consent. 9.2.3, staff report regarding request to begin procurement held by Councillor Palashi.
Through you, Chair, I believe we have a delegation to speak to 9.3.1 and 9.2.6. So we held 9.2.3.
9.2.3 and
Sorry, 9.2.1.
9.2.1, and there is a delegation.
For 9.2.3.
Okay. Delegation. Thank you, Madam Clerk. 9.2.4, staff report regarding request to begin procurement underground locates services for street lighting, traffic signals, transit, and storm sewers for a 2-year period with additional 1-year optional renewal periods, all wards. In consent. 9.2.5, staff report regarding turn restrictions McLaughlin Road North and Denson Avenue Ward 1. Consent. 9.2.6, staff report regarding traffic bylaw 93-93 administrative update. In consent. 11.2.1, staff report regarding taxi cab tariff increase and renewal fee reduction. Are there any possible delegations for 6.4? Thank you. Seeing none, in consent. 11.2.2, staff report regarding property audit update. In consent.
Madam Chair, I apologize. Can we hold the locates one? 9.2.4, please. I apologize.
That's okay. Councillor Palashi will be holding 9.2.4. Okay. 11.2.2, staff report regarding property standards audit update. In consent. 12.2.1, staff report regarding Brampton's Business Climate Partnership Program. In consent. 13.1, referred matters list. In consent.
Hold.
Held by Councillor Palashi. 13.1. 15.1, closed report update on downtown redevelopment. In consent. 15.3, closed report acquisition of property Ward 1. In consent. 15.3, closed report tenant rent held by Councillor Palashi. And Madam Clerk, I believe there was one more in camera. That was 15.4.
Through you, Chair, we have 15.4 is the report referred into closed session for clarity.
Okay.
And we have 15.5 is the matter regarding negotiations.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The clerk will now summarize those items to be included on the consent motion for approval.
Through you, Chair Brar, the following items are included on the consent motion: 7.1, 8.2.1, 8.2.3, 8.2.4, 8.2.8, 8.2.9, 8.2.10, 9.2.2, 9.2.5, 9.2.6, 11.2.2, also 11.2.1, and 12.2.1, as well as 15.1, 15.2, and just 15.2. Sorry.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Singh to approve the consent motion. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. We have one announcement today. Councillor Power, you have added an announcement. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This past weekend, the National Boxing Championships were held, and in between the afternoon and the evening bouts, the Hall of Fame induction ceremony took place. Brampton's own Troy Ross was one of 8 inductees, and Troy is here today. Troy medaled in the Commonwealth and Pan Am Games. He's also a 2-time Olympian in Atlanta and Sydney, Australia. His professional career was 28 fights with 25 wins and 16 knockouts. He was both the Commonwealth and CBF Cruiserweight champion. He starred in the TV show The Contender, made famous by Sylvester Stallone and Sugar Ray Leonard, where they take 16 fighters and have a tournament to decide the winner. Troy is the season 4 champion for The Contender. Troy has also starred in movies, The Cinderella Man, opposite Russell Crowe, Resurrecting the Champ with Samuel L. Jackson, and The Phantom Punch, where he played heavyweight fighter Floyd Patterson. Troy is a proud Bramptonian. He still resides here, he has a business here, and more importantly, still volunteers 3 nights a week at the Bramalea Boxing Club. He is a mentor, a coach, a friend to many of our youth. In fact, during the induction ceremony, he had little time to change out of a suit because they had a fighter right after the induction ceremony, so he had to get into his gear and get in the ring to corner him. So I would just like to congratulate Troy for being inducted into the Canadian Boxing Hall of Fame, and he's a true Bramptonian. He still lives here and still resides here. More importantly, he's joined today by his parents, Charles Ross, and was a coach. Also, one of the 8 inductees on Saturday was his cousin, Egerton Marcus. So I just wanted to recognize Troy. I have a certificate, and with council's indulgence, we'll take a picture with Troy to celebrate this occasion. And I don't know if Troy wants to say a few words.
100%.
If you want to say a few words, Troy, you got to come down here, though.
Thank you, Councillor Power. And
Champ is here. Champ is here.
Do I come right?
Oh, okay. Oh, there's that. Okay. I thank you, Rob, for nominating me for this honor. It's been great. I started boxing at the age of 7. Moved to Canada with my parents, who brought me here brought their family for a better life. And I started boxing at the age of 7 inside of the basement of our Toronto home. And then my cousin Egerton Marcus came to train with us. My father, ex-Olympian 1968 from Guyana, and he brought us here, and the only thing that he knew, he taught us how to box, how to defend ourselves, not knowing that we would take it and take the boxing and move to another level. In the sport, my cousin Egerton from the basement of their Toronto home went on to win a silver medal for Canada in the 1988 Olympics. And watching him and also my father inspired me to go to 2 Olympics for Canada. And from there, just moved on and kept on rolling. The one thing that I wanted to try that is not have my family, my brothers, my sisters saying, "Oh, he's too small. He can't do that. He cannot do that." So I pushed myself as much as possible when it came to the working out. If they did 2 push-ups, I did 3 push-ups. If they did 10 push-ups, I did 20 push-ups. But I always was striving for excellence. And I'm really appreciative of you guys nominating me today for this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Troy, and council members will come up for a picture. Thank you, Councillor Parr, for the announcement, and congratulations to Troy. So next is the delegations. Please note that each delegation shall be permitted to a maximum of 5 minutes. And just want to remind everyone to turn off their phones or keep their phones on silent and be respectful for our delegations. We will begin at 6.5 from Brian Hobbs, Executive Director, and Sarah Smith, Development Coordinator, Peel Learning Foundation. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Do we just start?
Yeah, just start.
Okay. Is our presentation coming up?
Presentation is coming.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Brian Hobbs, the Executive Director of the Peel Learning Foundation, with Sarah Smith, our Development Coordinator. Sarah is a former PDSB student and a proud Bramptonian. She's going to do the majority of the presentation, and then we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. A few weeks ago, we had the privilege of delegating to the region of Peel, and so we're excited to speak to this council specifically about how the Peel Learning Foundation is supporting students in Brampton. Next slide, please. The Peel Learning Foundation is a registered charity that raises funds to support Peel District School Board students who are experiencing some sort of poverty-related barrier that is negatively impacting their ability to succeed in school. Through our programs, we provide students with the resources they need to overcome these barriers and achieve personal excellence. Next slide, please. Many of the students we support are newcomers to Canada. They are from single-parent households, or they have a parent who is dealing with a terminal illness and cannot work. This year, we received an unprecedented number of requests from school staff to support students who are experiencing homelessness, whether that be they're living in a homeless shelter or are moving around from home to home. Next slide, please. We take a unique approach to helping students through our Student Emergency Needs Program. Rather than providing students physical items, we provide them with gift cards of $150, giving them the autonomy and agency to go to the store and purchase the essential items they need. Next slide, please. Every day, we receive dozens of requests from school staff to support students who are in need. For example, we received this request from a teacher at Great Lakes Public School. Parents expressed significant financial strain after job layoff. They advise that they do not have the funds to purchase lunch items for the children to bring to school. The PLF grant will be utilized to support with purchasing groceries as well as winter clothing for items for the children. The staff at Peel Alternative School North submitted this request. Student lives in a youth shelter and travels far to get to school. Funds will be used to purchase winter appropriate wear, example boots and a jacket. Next slide, please. In 2023, the Peel Learning Foundation supported 2,662 students through the Student Emergency Needs Program. 42% of these students live in Brampton. And out of the 228 schools that received support last year, 45% of those schools are Brampton schools. So as you can see, thousands of students are accessing this program, and a large portion of these students live in this city. Next slide, please. With economic challenges, more and more students are turning to the Peel Learning Foundation for support. To address this increase in requests, the foundation has launched a campaign called the Hopeful Tomorrows Campaign to raise funds to ensure that no student is turned away in their time of need. The goal is to raise at least $300,000 for the Student Emergency Needs Program. And so we are here today because we wanted to raise awareness about the Peel Learning Foundation and the Hopeful Tomorrows Campaign. We are a fairly young organization. We're coming up on our 6th birthday in February, and so we recognize that many of you may be unfamiliar with the work that we do. And so we're thankful that we have this opportunity to share with you how we're supporting students in Peel Region and in Brampton. Next slide, please. And we would like to close with showing you how this program is impacting students in the city. The PLF grant has had a significant and meaningful impact on our students by providing assistance with essentials including food and groceries, clothing, footwear, and hygiene items, in addition to ensuring that each child had the materials necessary to be successful at school. The student's mother was extremely grateful for the funds and expressed her deep appreciation for the care and dignity her family was given at this difficult time. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for listening, and if you have any questions, we would love to answer them.
Thank you so much, Sarah and Brian, for that presentation. And thank you for all the work that you do at Peel Learning Foundation. Seeing no counselors on the board, we will receive the delegation. We have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to receive the delegation. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you so much again. Next, we'll move on to our delegation from Michael Vickers, Executive Director, Brampton Arts Organization. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm joined this morning by 3 amazing local poets, so I'm going to do some rapid-fire updates on the Brampton Arts Organization to ensure we have enough time to hear their amazing poems. Next slide, please. To quickly update you on some of the work that we've been doing this year, we launched the Newcomer Creative Exchange Program, supporting 90 artists that are new to the country in professional development, finding new opportunities to build their career in Brampton and connect with each other. Next slide, please. we've been hosting Indigenous gatherings, so I think it's one thing to acknowledge the land that we're on. Something that we're really committed to as an organization is giving up some of that space. So we open up our office and community hub to Indigenous artists locally to share teachings, to share wisdom, to create art together, and welcome non-Indigenous folks in, as you see with our Orange Shirt Day. We hosted a jam session a couple weeks ago, and it was really amazing space. Next slide, please. We've been bringing Brampton musicians across the province. So 2 recent showcases were Spitty and I, that as part of Global Toronto Music Festival, we showcased at the El Macombo in Toronto. Along with that, we had Brampton showcases at Folk Ontario North by Northeast Music Festival, and we're planning even larger showcases for next year. Next slide, please. The Artists and Creatives in Schools program. So something that we're really committed to as an organization is building that next generation of artists in Brampton, showing folks that it is a career path that you can pursue in Brampton and beyond. So 6 local artists have been going into different schools across Peel District School Board, offering free workshops and professional development trainings. Over 250 local students have been shown examples of how you can pursue a career in the arts. Next slide, please. We've launched a new website, as you may have seen. Many of you are at our website, offering a range of new resources, supports, and trainings for local artists. Next slide, please. This is our resource page. Next slide, please. And lastly, the focus of our presentation today is to share a little bit about the Brampton Poetry Project. Recognizing the need to showcase some of the amazing literary talent that we have in Brampton. Some of you are familiar with the Festival of Literary Diversity, but that's just one example of the talent that we have locally. So we have selected 15 local poets and showcased their work at transit stations across the city in a variety of different ways. This program runs until the end of this month, and we wanted to welcome 3 amazing poets to join us here today to share some of their work. We have Rosie Arlananandam, Emily Ratchpaul, and Gulzar. So I'd love to make some space for them to share some of their work now. Thank you very much.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to recite my poem in front of you. My name is Rosie Arlanandam, and my poem is untitled. Blossoms in vibrant and fragrant display, each citizen a petal, the people a bouquet. Some roots far, some near, still our hearts bloom here. May our city thrive, our vivid vase. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name's Emily Ratchpaul, and my poem is based off immigrating to Canada. It was taken from the perspective of my grandparents, who are from Guyana. So my poem is called Untitled. Never forget the places that brighten your soul. Travel far and wide, carry all from within, burdens to bear. In this new land we call home, a smile pierces the soul. Now you're not so alone. Bridging always and forever into interleaving unions. Your life carries into a beautiful unknown. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gulzar. I was born, raised, and currently reside in Brampton. I currently work as a filmmaker, facilitator, and writer, and today I'll be reading my poem titled Under Our Umbrella. We used to live a 15-minute walk away from the Golden Gate Plaza, and temperamental weather never stopped my nana from getting his errands done. I'd accompany him to the Asian Food Center. Homegrown okras for him and a freezer-burnt mango kulfi for me. Opened and eaten at the register, so the rain outside couldn't finish it first. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Recognize we have 8 seconds left. For 5 seconds, we'd just like to acknowledge the support this council has put towards arts and culture locally. As a community, we're extremely excited about the ongoing progress that we're seeing with the Arts and Culture Center. As an organization, in our first year, we had 500 attendees. This year, we're on track for over 7,000. So that's a 1,300% increase in the amount of support and folks that we're offering resources to. So huge thank you on behalf of myself and the local talent.
Thank you so much, and that was beautifully read and said. I do have Councillor Tour on the board.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this delegation today. Thank you to the BAO for taking on this amazing project. I remember there used to be, a long time ago, there used to be a poetry challenge going on between cities, where at the start of council meetings, a local poet would come and read poetry. I'd look back at that, I'll figure out what that program was. I know cities were challenging each other to showcase their talent. If that is something that we can bring back to our council meetings, I think that would be great. This is a good reminder of that. It's very refreshing to hear. And also congratulations on last night. Just for everybody's awareness, BAO held their sponsorship forum last night. So to all my members of council and members of public, if you know people that are passionate about arts that would love to sponsor arts, to donate towards a cause or start a new project with the BAO, please get in touch with Michael Vickers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tour. We have Councillor Santos on the board.
Thanks so much to you, Madam Chair, Michael Vickers and Val. Super proud of all the work that you've done and that you've accomplished. That every single artists market, event, festival, the event that happened during Halloween in Garden Square, the 50th mural for the city of Brampton that's going to be revealed on Sunday, to your newcomer event that's happening on Friday night that I'll be attending and supporting. I really want to say thank you and appreciate the work that you're doing for the many artists across our city. And it's amazing to see at every single event how representative each event and all of your programming is, not just in terms of diversity and gender, but also in terms of ability and other marginalized communities and artists across the whole city. And I also want to give a kudos to the city staff as well, particularly Kelly Stahl and our community services team and every single team and department across the city. Many years ago, I had asked and continue to advocate for the integration of arts into various projects, whether that's in our storm water management system, to our transit shelters with this poetry project, or in recreation centers with murals. And over the past few years, we have seen some of that integration come into play. And so I'm so proud because the arts and artists usually are kind of not given the same attention as folks in sports. And I'm really pleased that Brampton is now highlighting and putting a spotlight on the artists in our community, particularly with Val's help. So thank you very much. I'm happy to receive the report.
Thank you, Councillor Santos, and thank you so much for the delegation again. We have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegation. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Our next delegation is from Cheyenne Zerler, Senior Planning Manager, Shared Tower Inc. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Council, and everyone here with us today. Some wonderful delegations to be among, so much appreciated. So again, my name is Cheyenne Zierler. I'm the Senior Planning Manager with Shared Tower. Just a little, next slide, please. Just a brief overview about Shared Tower. So essentially, we are a carrier-neutral infrastructure company with the goal of building telecommunication towers that feature co-location opportunities. So a lot of time and effort goes into a lot of our site selection process, and essentially we look to choose the best option which will allow multiple carriers on the sited towers. And in turn, this decreases the need for further towers in an area. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview of how the wireless network works. Essentially, towers work together for each service provider to create a wireless network for users to access. When there's an influx of users, devices, or simply towers being too far away from people or overloaded with service, there are coverage and capacity issues that do happen, which result in inconsistent and unreliable coverage. Next slide, please. So the solution to this is strategically placing infrastructure that allows co-location so that these coverage and capacity issues can be addressed. And it also alleviates surrounding infrastructure, existing towers, which may be overburdened with the amount of users or the types of devices that we're using. Next slide, please. So this ensures that the same level of coverage is provided to users no matter their geographical location or the devices being used. Next slide, please. So just a few of the municipal projects that Shared Tower has worked with over the past few years. First, in 2022, we worked with the town of South Bruce Peninsula to fix the persistent wireless coverage issues that were happening along Sauble Beach through our multi-tower and fiber project. Next slide, please. In 2023, we worked with the municipality of Central Elgin, fixing capacity and coverage issues throughout the years along Port Stanley, again through a multi-tower and fiber project. Next slide, please. In 2024, Shared Tower was allotted the RFP with the Niagara Parks Commission, which was to provide coverage and capacity solutions through 11 towers being built along the Niagara Parkway. This in turn also supports the Canadian network in the area, so users weren't having to be bumped over to the US network. Next slide, please. And most recently, Shared Tower is working with the municipality of Clarington in providing the infrastructure that's needed to fix a lot of the capacity and coverage issues that communities are experiencing in the area. Next slide, please. So when we look at the existing infrastructure within the city of Brampton, and looking at the city of Brampton's landscape, it is quite amazing to see a lot of the development and growth that's happening. And as you can see from the slide on the screen, this is an area that carriers are looking to increase their coverage and capacity solutions, given that a lot of the infrastructure, as you can see, is located on the outskirts of a very dense populated area. So some of the things that happen when you have an influx of users or devices in an area is those existing towers become overloaded and further infrastructure is needed. So the current slide just demonstrates the existing infrastructure and how there is a solution that's required in the area. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at these site searching areas, there are a number of factors that go into the investigation, some of which we do have to consider: the conservation regulated areas, limited sites within an area that would service the general population, as well as being able to site a tower with co-location capabilities. Next slide, please. So my main point of what I am here to request today essentially is Council's direction to allow Shared Tower to work with staff to investigate utilizing municipally owned lands to lease a portion for a telecommunication tower. Specifically, we are looking at Terremoto Park. Essentially, as you saw in the previous slide, the search ring, there are limited options which provide maximum setbacks to residential areas. And, the communities with heavy network usage in the areas do require further infrastructure in order to provide that overall service in the area. So by utilizing municipally owned lands, it allows the municipality to have a bit more input in the location and the design of the tower, and we're also able to, I know my time is up. That threw me off there for a second. It does allow the municipality to have input in regards to the location design, but it also allows the community to benefit by leasing lands and having those funds go back into the community. So thank you very much for having me here today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We do have Councillor Palashi followed by Councillor Keenan on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Really interested. Is it the potential for us to have kind of like a joint ownership of the towers? And does that take the big bad Rogers and Bell out of the equation and we rent to them? Like, is that kind of is it potentially that scope of it?
Thank you, Councillor. So essentially what happens is we lease a portion of the land, and then we would pay a leasing portion for that piece of land. We put all of the funding into building the tower, and essentially we're a third party that then connects the carriers to co-locate on the tower. So yes, it would eliminate the need for each carrier to build their own tower, and it would be dealing with Shared Tower directly.
We own the land, you own the tower, and you rent it out to, which I don't mind because it's them not owning anything, which I really like. couple of the issues that I've had in the past with the big telecommunications, it's federally regulated. We don't have any say whatsoever where the towers go, and I do have a lot of complaints, often, one on Embleton and Heritage Road in particular, that one of the residents was, these are cancer-causing towers, and I don't want it in my backyard because of all the proof that they have that these things cause cancer. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So the infrastructure is federally regulated. Each service provider that installs equipment on a tower, they do need to go through their own process for a spectrum license. And in order to situate any equipment on the tower, they need to prove to ISED, which is the federal body that regulates the infrastructure, that it meets the safety code. So anything that goes on any of the towers are typically about 1 to 10% of the safety limit, which already has a 50 times safety margin built into it already.
Mm-hmm. And is it the radiation they give off, or what is it? And I've heard people talk about how it's no more than your common microwave in the house.
So essentially the technology is actually different. This is non-ionizing energy versus ionizing energy. Ionizing energy is what you would see in things like an X-ray machine or things where we know, you shouldn't be in and around those things quite often because it does affect things on a cellular level. Non-ionizing energy is what we see, for example, with our Wi-Fi boxes, our cell phones, baby monitors. Even the Earth gives off a natural radio frequency itself. So that is the type of technology which is different from a lot of the, I guess, technology or studies that people might look into on the ionizing side.
No need to give out lead vests to any of the residents around the building.
Correct.
Good. So really, I'm happy to refer this after councillors have asked other questions. Really interested in this, but I'm also interested in the potential for any type of co-ownership as well, if that's a possibility. So I'm going to ask staff to look into that also. There is a municipality in the north that owns its internet. It's Huntsville and region. They own their own internet, their own provider, and I've been told that it's the best internet coverage in Canada. So I think, and we've talked about this before, and I think Councillor Santos has talked about it when she was pushing the whole 5G across the city. So interested, I'll ask, an only question I have is, a lot of the residents that have had these cell towers put into their backyard or close to have requested that they not look like cell towers. There's really innovative ways to transform these towers. I've seen ones that look identical to a tree. I've seen ones that look identical to a flagpole. Both of them are actually in Brampton. One is out on Heritage Road and one is on Wanless Road. Do you provide the same?
Yes, we actually do have a few towers in Brampton itself that we have worked on with private lands, but there is the option of shrouding the tower. The only thing with shrouding, or when you get into things like a monopine is what it's called, is it does limit co-location. So it limits the amount of antennas that can be put on the structure. It presents issues for technicians that have to go up and service the structure. And sometimes with the monopines you do get wildlife that might mistake it for a real tree, which then presents further complications. So in turn, people have said when it comes to those types of infrastructure itself, your eye is almost drawn to it because you can tell that it is not an actual tree, but in terms of shrouding to kind of keep the co-location open so that there aren't further towers, that's typically more where we like to investigate.
Well, the one we have in Brampton, the tree, if you're standing right beside it, you can tell, but from afar you can't because of the mass forest behind it. So it's really neat and interesting. Right. So I'm happy to refer this after Councillor Keenan has had any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. We'll have Councillor Keenan, followed by Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you for your presentation. So just my understanding, so this is your own network that the large Bell, Rogers, TELUS become tenants on your network?
So we're not a network provider. We build the infrastructure and then they place their equipment so that they can develop their own network. So each provider develops their own network, which is why they all put up their own towers because they're situated in the right spot. So when Shared Tower goes to investigate a location, that's something we keep in mind, to choose a location that will work for multiple service providers, but essentially they create their own network with the equipment they put on the tower.
Okay, and you have a contract with them currently? Is there any of the big providers that are not using your towers?
No,
Or refuse to use it?
We're working with all of them.
Okay.
We also work with, sorry to interrupt, we
No
also
problem.
work with smaller providers as well. Some of the WISPs, which are the internet providers in rural areas, and we've also worked with municipalities to site their smaller radio equipment for emergency services on the tower as well. So it's really, whoever could benefit from using the tower, it's open to them.
Okay, great, yeah. Sounds great. And are Rogers, and maybe this might be a question for staff, have any of the large providers that put up their own towers approached staff to use municipal property for their towers in the past? Can anybody answer?
You have to come to the mic. Don't run.
Through the chair, yes, we have been working with Bell, Rogers, and other telecom providers as well. So they do use city property for setting up their infrastructure, yes.
Okay.
What other Bell and
Telus, Rogers,
No, they're
Bell?
owned by Bell and Rogers.
Are they? I didn't know that. Okay, so we are currently doing it, so this isn't something that we're not doing.
Yes.
And is your request a specific location or just to explore multiple locations of municipal property throughout our city?
Thank you for the question. I have reached out to staff to discuss different options, such as rights-of-way options as well, which is something that we did along Sauble Beach or Port Stanley, which are the smaller, more discrete structures. So that's definitely something we'd be interested in speaking about as well. But specifically, this presentation, I think, was starting the conversation at Terremoto Park and then seeing where we could go from there. So happy with either direction.
Okay, great. Thank you for your delegation, and Councilor Collette, she's going to refer it to staff regardless, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. Councillor Santos.
Thanks so much through you, Madam Chair. Yes, totally support this referral that Councillor Paleshi is going to bring forward. And indeed, we have started this process, I believe, in the previous term when we were looking at an understanding of how to increase our 5G capacity across the city, but also on a path to making Brampton a smart city. So I do support the referral. I'm very interested for the same reasons as my colleagues have shared. Quick question to staff, technical staff on this, because I know you've been working on the smart city and 5G network in Brampton and various fiber optics stuff across the city. How will this potentially help us achieve our vision of becoming a smart city in Brampton in terms of our capacity for data and reception? Staff?
Can we have staff?
IT, come on, you gotta say something. You're IT.
Through the chair. The city has access to 5G through existing providers. So Rogers has a network right across the city. I know Bell has been doing some work with Electra to seek access to electricity to leverage our lighting system. So we have a number of options there. This having another tower available as part of the infrastructure across the city does help all providers from being able to deliver services, so there's no issue from that perspective. And then from a city's perspective, we have access to the public services network, which is focused on government agencies based. And I know the PSN is looking to seek options on how we can extend that capability for broader access.
Thanks so much. And then to the delegates, because Terremoto Park is actually in my ward where I represent. So I'm certainly interested in when the report comes back from staff, where an appropriate location might be, considering that we are a little bit limited in that area because of the cricket pitch, among other facilities there. However, to the delegate, would love to see when the report comes back what the different options might be in terms of the look and feel of what that tower would look like. I think it would look odd to put a tower that looks like a tree, but like I shared in the previous delegation, having something integrated with art would be fantastic. So that's just back to the delegate.
Thank you so much, Councillor Santos, and thank you for the delegation. We do have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi to refer to staff. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. And before we go on to our next delegation, BAO has requested to have a picture done before our next delegation. So if council members can, with the artist, with the previous delegation, if we can get that picture done now, if council indulges. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So our next delegation is from Steve Kerr. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes.
God morning and blessings to each and every one of you, to our Honorable Mayor Patrick Brown and all our regional and city councilors. Time will not permit me to mention them all by name, but I want to recognize Wards 1 and 5 regional and city councilors, Paul Vicente and Rowena Santos, for always making themselves available when I call. I also want to recognize Rod Powers, because he is Powers and I am powerful. All jokes aside, Councillor Powers has made himself available on the drop of a dime. The 30 minutes he spent with me on the launch of Stevie TV, in my opinion, stretches a long way. Over the past 6 years, I have experienced the amazing growth of our city, Brampton, the 9th largest city and one of the fastest growing cities. With Mayor Brown at the helm, Brampton is truly back on track. The effects Mayor Brown and his dedicated team has done to recruit national and international Fortune 500 companies has put a stop to the urban sprawl and created the much needed jobs and onward to a self-sustaining city like our neighbor, Toronto, which is coined the Six. We are doing great in our marketing strategy to invest into Brampton. We have places to live and corporations to employ, but the work, live, and play model is incomplete. On Friday, our Highway 410 is too full traveling south to get to Toronto for their entertainment value. Once again, Toronto has been coined the six by the artist Drake. Our residents, which is our greatest resources, are leaving to spend their entertainment dollars in the six. It is obvious that Brampton must come up with some solutions and creative ideas to change that narrative. We want the residents of the six to travel into Brampton and experience our nightlife. That said, I have a brilliant idea that I feel can add to the ideas coming from Mayor Brown and all those who have contributed thus far. In Toronto, the name The Six, as I mentioned, has been coined by Drake. It was coined by the musical icon known as Drake, who resides in Toronto. My proposal is we use that marketing to our advantage and market Brampton as the Seven. How does that sound for a campaign poster? We west of the six, we seven. Seven being a larger number than six leaves a strong subliminal message. The number seven denotes complete, mature, and also rest. We can evolve from being known as the Flower City. And some examples is Brampton, rest assured. Brampton, come blossom with us. Brampton, we care about your rest. Brampton, the seven, it's like heaven. Brampton, the city that cares. These are just a few slogans my finite mind came up with. I will relish the idea to be invited into a mastermind session and come up with some more and let the residents decide. In conclusion, my proposal is twofold. One, to brand Brampton as the seven, we west of the six, and two, rebrand Brampton as more than just a flower city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. Seeing no councillors on the board, we have a motion moved by Councillor Power to receive the delegation. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much.
Our next delegation, we have two delegations respecting Committee of Adjustment concerns. Please note that the general concerns only may be presented during this meeting. If you have any concerns related to a specific individual, they will not be heard today. They should be submitted in writing directly to the city clerk. So I want to welcome Tushar Mahindra. Please come forward to the podium. Welcome you up to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Sorry to change the atmosphere in the room, and I realize I'm a little underdressed, but if I'm taking a day off of work, I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt, right? So let's get into this. Let's imagine a fictional situation. Imagine getting a letter in the mail from the local government saying that in 6 months, handguns are going to be legalized, and you will be allowed to carry them around loaded in public. If you have a problem with this, send an email back to the city in 4 days, and then on this particular day in 10 days, come stand in front of a gun committee and we'll give you 5 minutes to try and convince us otherwise. You gather your wits, you Google as much information as you can, you put together. Sorry?
Councillor.
You need to be specific on what you're here for. We're not talking about handguns.
I know, but I'm using an analogy.
I know, but
okay,
it's a tough one.
All right.
Let's get to what you're here for.
Okay,
so we can
I'm
fix
here about my concerns about the COA. From my understanding, the COA is entrusted with making decisions on how land in the city of Brampton is developed. It is charged with upholding the laws and bylaws stated in the Ontario Planning Act and the City of Brampton Planning Act when considering applications for minor variances along with other issues. I experienced what seems to be a prejudiced approach from the members of the COA when I was objecting to a specific application B2023-0031, A2023-3095. In essence, this application for minor variance wanted to sever the existing lot next to my house in half, reduce setbacks by 2/3, and increase the construction footprint to twice or more than double. No studies or research were submitted by the applicant to demonstrate how massive changes in the bylaws would impact my property in terms of shadows, well water, flooding, and foundation, and yet it passed. And at least 20 other applications were rubber stamped by the COA on that day, right? This was clearly not a minor variance, and it was approved. It fails the first test outlined in the Planning Act when considering an application for minor variance that asks the question, is the variance actually minor? And it should have been rejected by the COA. The amazing thing was at the end of my presentation when I said that if the COA decides to pass this application without due diligence, I will hold each member of the COA personally and legally liable for any damages to my property due to this construction that was approved by the COA, right? A COA member actually got uncomfortable and questioned a staff member that if such a situation did present, who would be liable? The staff member hesitated a little bit, but went on to say that if indeed something negative happened to my property as a result of this application being approved, it would simply be a personal legal situation between the neighbors. So what I understand is that the COA wants to make these reckless decisions, but then they don't want any liability for it, right? And this is all on video, by the way, saved on City Archives, right? You can back this up. I realized that something wasn't right, and I did a bit of research. And it turns out that 8 of the 9 members of the COA work directly in the real estate industry. How is this not a conflict of interest? How is an entire group of people who work and profit directly off dealings in real estate get appointed by the city to a committee that makes decisions on how real estate can be developed?
Just take care how you proceed. We're not going to be discussing individual members.
I'm not talking about individual members.
And our procedural bylaw won't allow disrespectful comments about council, committees of council, or staff.
I'm not being these are facts that happen. Like you
So
can go and research
be
them,
careful
right?
how we
Absolutely.
proceed.
I'm not taking any names, right? But these are facts, right? What steps does the city take to ensure that there's no conflict of interest within committee members when they are making decisions on applications for variance? Why is there no cultural diversity? There's no diversity of professional background of the members of the COA. Why are there no women in the committee? What is the selection criteria and the application process for the members of the COA? I understand that many existing members of the COA have served multiple terms. How does the city ensure no one abuses their power when they've been in a position of privilege for this long? Someone suggested these are experts in the field. These are not individuals with degrees in urban planning, architecture, design, and development statistics. These are people licensed to enable real estate transactions and sell mortgages. I would like to request a formal investigation, an audit and review of the COA, the selection procedure, the functioning, and I would also like that the decisions in the committee that the committee has made in the past few years be put on hold and be reviewed, right? In the end, I simply ask all esteemed members of City Hall here today to do the right thing before it's too late. It's always someone else's problem until it isn't. Decisions you make today will impact the lives of our kids and grandkids.
Thank you for the delegation. We do have Councillor Palashi, followed by Councillor Keenan, followed by Councillor Vicente. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your delegation. Couple things that you had mentioned. How are they chosen? So there's a committee that's formed to choose citizen members to every citizen member committee across the city of Brampton. Committee of Adjustments happens to be one of those, which is also an arm's length from council, right? Council has nothing to do with Committee of Adjustments, and nor should they. And I've made it very clear in the past that no councillor can attend Committee of Adjustment meetings. They shouldn't be watching Committee of Adjustment meetings. They shouldn't have any influence onto those decisions. That being said, sounds like this is biting us in the butt. How many severances were done about the particular property?
So in this application, if you look at the neighborhood, like the fronting of my house is 130 and it's 300 deep. Most lots in the neighborhood are the same.
Yep.
This application wanted the lot severed in half. It was a one dwelling kind of application. To be made into a two dwelling kind of thing. The setback from the property line was 25 feet.
Okay.
The initial application wanted it to be reduced to 8 feet, right? So that means they want to put up a wall, right? And so
how many times was the lot severed?
Once, it was
One
severed
time,
once.
okay. So my issue with this is, it sounds to me like it's not minor in nature, and I recall big lots, but I recall in Churchville, we just dealt with this as well. There was a severance in Churchville that had come to council planning. And so I'm not sure what the difference is. I'd like to ask staff to inform us what the difference is with this, and what can we do, which won't be a public discussion. I apologize for
Sure,
that.
no, that's fine.
The other comment that you made is real estate agents. And when we go out to try and get Committee of Adjustment members, real estate agents are the closest ones that we can get that have the knowledge, that should have the knowledge. Real estate, to be, it seems like everybody has a real estate license now in Brampton, but they really should know a lot of more than your average person. And that's why I think that it's important to have them. But that being said, no real estate agent should be dealing with any particular item that they have a conflict on. So if they have a conflict, a direct conflict with that item, they have to declare the conflict and they have to excuse themselves.
Perfect.
Which, you know, it's a rule, and it should be followed, enforced. Thank you. And then the severance I've talked about, so I think we'll ask staff, but I think it'll probably be more of a in-camera discussion that staff come back with us. And thank you for your delegation.
Thank you so much, Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Thanks for your delegation. And through you, Madam Chair. We've for the last 2 years, we've heard of multiple issues, and I've heard this one, and I feel for you because we do know that decisions are being made that kind of go against what we're looking to do, and they're brought to our attention from residents when they happen. And in some situations, we can do things and act, and I'm all on board with what Councillor Pelletier is saying and how we may be able to address this particular situation. I did come off the board to let him go first because he is the chair of planning and does have a lot more knowledge than I do when it comes to these things. And this just goes to show that even though we have the Committee of Adjustments, the province has put out more things on us that would allow this to happen, maybe even without the Committee of Adjustments, just as a regular application to the city, and it would be approved, and we would have no say, no recourse, which is also something that we here at the city are pushing back against, because we feel that we should definitely be in control of our planning and how our neighborhoods are developing. And my main concern with this one was the same as what Councillor Pelletier had stated. I don't feel that this is minor in nature, and we really need staff to look at what is minor in nature, what is going there, and what is coming here. I believe that we have asked for a report that Commissioner Ganesh is working on to bring back to council on how we can deal with those things. Obviously, this is a process similar to when we're dealing with the driveways. Even though we know the decisions we want to make, it has to go through so many things when it has to do with planning. So hopefully in due time, we do have a solution to a lot of these issues. I'm confident in staff's ability to get us there, but we will take this back and maybe refer this delegation to staff on how we can address your particular situation with your property on Credit View, I believe.
Yes. And Councillor Keenan, thank you so much for coming and, cleaning up, the mess you saw it firsthand. Thank you. Appreciate it. And your staff has been very helpful in, stopping the dumping problem. It's almost completely fixed now. No one's dumping anymore, so thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And my staff do an incredible job for me, so I appreciate them too. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Shar, for coming here today to delegate. It's always important to hear concerns from members of the public. As myself and other members of council who sat on the committee to make the selections for all of the city's committees, we stand behind the choices that we made. You and every other citizen in this great city had an opportunity to apply to become an honorable member of the Committee of Adjustment. And we made a selection based on interview process and a consideration of the experience of all the people who did submit an application. And notwithstanding that today we now stand at arm's length to that committee, we stand completely behind the people who are selected to serve on that committee. They work together with staff to consider the applications that do come forward, and we appreciate the work that they do to contribute to the immense workload that we have here. And just want to say as well that there are women who do serve on that committee, sir. And so we did our best to choose a panel that would serve the citizens of this city.
Sorry, Councillor, but when I went at least 4 times, I didn't see a woman on the council. I mean, who would this be?
Sorry, we can't have a debate.
Oh,
yeah,
I was
sorry.
just, I didn't see a woman member. Okay.
Thank you. Thank
Sorry,
you so
thanks
much.
so much. Thank
Thank you so much for your delegation. We do have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi to be referred to staff for consideration. All in favor? Thank you. Oh,
One more delegation.
maybe we can wait for the other delegation first, and then we'll have a motion. So our next delegation is from Kathleen McDermott. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone, Ward Councillors and Mayor Brown. I'm unfortunately back here again today to follow up on my delegation from June 19th, which was over 5.5 months ago. I'm extremely disappointed as a concerned resident who took the time on June 19th to bring forward some serious issues regarding the Committee of Adjustment. And I'm here again to continue to chase people to do their jobs and ensure that this matter was taken seriously. There's been a clear demonstration of a complete lack of communication, ownership, and accountability. Perception is reality, and that's my view and perception of the situation. After my delegation on June 19th, I sent a follow-up email on June 22nd to ensure that all the action items were captured correctly, as the summary that I read in the meeting notes did not reflect that discussion. I felt some items were missing or ambiguous and pointed them out in that email with some timestamps from the recording to ensure everyone was on the same page. I also requested some communication and some next steps with some remedies. On June 25th, I sent a second email to get a response. June 26th, I received an email from Sonia Pacheco in the clerk's office indicating that she had made a number of city staff aware of my concerns to ensure that all the action items were captured per my delegation. August 1st, I sent another email asking for follow-up and progress information, as such language during my delegation of immediate action was used during my delegation to address the blatant lack of diversity on the COA. I just want to correct Councillor Vincente that there's one female on the Committee of Adjustment, and she is not present at many of the meetings that I've been at. So representation from females is not happening on the Committee of Adjustment. Let's be clear. On August 1st, I received an email back from Sonia, and thank you to Sonia for at least some sort of acknowledgement of my emails, saying that she will defer to staff who are copied on the email to provide me with further updates, who of course did not take the opportunity to finally provide any information to any of my concerns. So here we are again 5 months later, and I'm still chasing this. From my viewpoint as a resident, there's a clear lack of urgency. I'm being made to feel that this is going to be swept under the rug, and as well as just a wish that I would go away. Let me be clear, I'm not going away. I took the time to bring serious concerns that need to be addressed. No one has taken ownership of the action items from my standpoint. No one has provided any clear communication with regards to any progress or lack thereof. Right from the City of the Brampton's website, supporting gender equality, women represent more than 50% of the Canadian population. According to Statistics Canada, women hold 35.6% of management positions and 30.9% of senior level positions in the workforce. Gender parity at all levels of organization ignites vibrant communities and active economies. The City of Brampton is committed to nurturing equity, diversity, and inclusion to achieve meaningful participation of women across our organization, just clearly not on the Committee of Adjustment. As I've mentioned previously, the entire COA is male, one female, and she's never in attendance. No wonder so many people become apathetic and disengage, especially women, and do not come forward and get involved, because when they do, they're clearly ignored. I'm giving the city and this committee a failing grade on the communication and the follow-up, and likely a failing grade on any of the progress of my concerns, despite my repeated attempts for requesting follow-up. Unacceptable behavior like this to customers in the private sector would have people out of a job. As a 25-year customer and resident of the City of Brampton, I'm here to communicate that the City of Brampton needs to drastically improve their performance and increase your level of ownership and communication to your customers. Where is the accountability? I'm looking for someone to own the action items, own the communication from my June 19th delegation. Please also let me clarify, I'm not looking for excuses and explanations of why something was or was not done. I'm just looking for clear communication on the progress, remedies with the lack of the diversity and prematurely closed investigation of the COA with my missing petition that was supposed to be reopened, as all of the rubber stamping is completely out of control on the COA. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your delegation. Councillor Keenan, you have the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Kathleen, great to see you. Thank you for your first delegation. Your first delegation kind of, brought it to council's attention of a lot of the serious issues with the COA, which, it was my understanding that staff were going to be dealing with. And in fairness to our planning staff, I do know that some of the issues that have come forward, our planning department and our bylaw enforcement department have been meeting with you, and communication has been happening, maybe not as quickly as you like or to the results that we all are expecting to come in the coming months, but I do want to give some thing there. When I have pulled the meeting minutes from your original delegation, and it raises a lot of concern for me that some of it hasn't been addressed to date. Based on what I will read out was the motion that was passed, so I'm confused as to why it's not. Your comments came from lack of diversity on the COA, missing documentation submitted at that meeting. And I'll touch on the missing documentation for a second. Has that been addressed with you?
No.
Okay, so that was with the clerk's office at
I just assumed that after the last meeting, there was such a sense of urgency that immediate things were going to be addressed, especially with the lack of women on the committee. I had some hope that there was going to be some positive changes. I'm looking for positive changes, not just change for the sake of changing here. And I repeatedly attempted follow-up and asking for communication, and even Sonia in her email, leaving it open to staff to respond, and no one did. So no one was appointed to, hey, own this communication with this resident. Yes, I've been chasing for enforcement and other things, but specifically to this, I haven't had any proactive communication, and that's what I'm asking for. If I'm not entitled to it, please tell me, and that'll be it. But I do think that I took the time to come forward and put these changes forward and make you aware of the committee that you hired. There was an investigation, and it kind of like, it's just gone nowhere, so.
Okay, so if you could send my office the email that was sent to you by staff that kind of left that open, then we can to look at that. But I'm just going to read the motion quickly that was passed on that day. The delegation from yourself, Brampton resident, regarding Committee of Adjustments concerns be referred to staff and considered to include the upholding of the city planning and zoning priorities and growth objectives, and that the committee composition regarding gender diversity be dealt with immediately, and that all committee members be required to undertake mandatory gender diversity training as a requirement of maintaining the position on the committee, and the training session with respect to the Brampton official priorities. I believe the piece that maybe have missing from this motion was your lost petition.
There was supposed to be a.
That was an investigation into that, though. Like, that had nothing to do with that. So it was all
And
being investigated.
during the
It was
meeting,
done?
and that's why I put timestamps on the meeting from the recording, because I went back and watched it, and there was a specific request to, or a specific comment that, and I think it was made by you, Councillor Pelleshi, that if they don't respond to the clerk's office, then we'll ask them to step down.
Okay. The training, do we have an update on the diversity training, if it was completed by the members? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair. We will be bringing a report back regarding the training. There's been diversity training. There's also been a workshop provided. The planning department and the clerk's department collaborated on a workshop, so covering off the Planning Act and the policies and procedures and meeting protocol as well. I don't have the list before me of exactly who's done
That's fine.
what training.
We can
but
wait for, was that
yeah.
report coming soon?
It should be coming back. We're waiting till, I believe, the end of the year to collaborate with planning and bring back with recommendations at least in January.
Okay. And my second question is going to be, where are we at with our request for diversity? To add, I believe what we wanted was to add females to the committee. Possibly that what is going to be, we talked about that. So where is that at?
Through you, Chair, that will be part of the report coming back is if there are vacancies, then recruiting again, same as we recruit for all committee vacancies, and those applications would come to the committee, or not this committee, the appointment committee.
Okay, so based on this, you have my guarantee that we will be following up on most of your requests. I will yield my time to Councillor Paleshi. I would like to refer this again to staff to, no? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Pashi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Councillor Keenan, I think you'll be happy to either support, move, or second a motion that gives a timeline on the training, the diversity and equity training. We'll say next Friday. If it's not done by next Friday, then I think the member can be, any members that haven't completed it can be removed from the committee. I'm happy to move that, although it would need to go to council next week for ratification to make it law, and then that's only providing 3 days after that. So maybe the Friday after that, after the Friday following council. We'll go 10 days. Go 10 days after council next week. If you haven't completed the December 11th is the next council meeting. 10 days after December 11th, if you haven't completed the training, remove them from the committee. As for, so we do have the one female. It was there's not much, I can't say a lot about the committee of hiring. It was extremely difficult. And the members that we have on there, in particular, it was hard for us to even get the member on. I can't talk about I can't really talk about that, but it was hard. It wasn't an easy committee to be on, but if there happens to be somebody else, maybe we can open it back up. With that motion, I'd like to ask the hiring committee, who's the chair? Councilor Vicente. I'd like to ask the hiring committee to look at opportunities to reopen the committee and have an item on that committee agenda, for the possibility of increasing the number of members to the C of A, which I don't want to do because it's a heavy committee already, but the request would have to come from the appointment committee to council. Council would have to overturn their previous decision, so I get the whole policy and procedures around that, but the request has to come from somewhere. And I think that request should come from the hiring committee. Or we wait till the 10 days after December 11th. So let's let that standing. I'll give I don't want to lose this. I want to have it in the motion, have that request go to at least the chair of the committee. And the chair of the committee can, which Councilor Vicente, if he can look into, do we have any of those committees scheduled from the Citizen Appointment Committee? Nothing.
We don't know.
Okay, so the chair can call a meeting, and that's what I'm asking for in the motion.
Thank you.
What else?
Madam Clerk, do we need to add anything else?
I guess an add that I've referred the other delegation back to staff through this motion. You can refer the other delegation back to staff to come up with the rationale as to why that one application was minor in nature.
So through you, Chair. Councilor Palacio, just to be clear, both delegations will be referred back to staff, and you would like the appointments committee to be convened to consider vacancies, that will happen. I wonder if that's not quite the wording you're looking for. Are you looking for that the chair of the appointments committee be requested to consider calling a meeting to consider appointments?
Yeah, not should the vacancy result. I want the appointment committee, I'm going to ask the chair to call a citizen appointment committee.
So could we
Or
say
consider calling
that
a
the chair
citizen
of the appointments committee be requested to consider
Yes.
calling a meeting
Yeah.
to consider committee appointments, or committee of adjustment appointments specifically? Is that?
Yep.
Okay. Just give us a second so we know everybody
We'll
knows
just take a
exactly what they're voting
Couple
on.
of seconds, just to make sure we clean up the motion here on the screen.
Through the chair, can we just get some clarity on the date, because that is the next meeting, December 11th.
The date for the 10 days after? Yeah, I just picked 10 days because it sounded good, but
So
whatever.
10 days after council meeting, is that?
Yeah, so that would be the 21st. See how quick math I can do? Don't tell me it's a Saturday. It's not a Saturday, right?
It's a Sunday.
It's a Sunday, just. It's a, yeah, because that's 21st is Saturday, right? No, let's do it before that. Let's do the 20th, 9 days, Friday. Is December the 20th the Friday? Can somebody just confirm, please? December 20th is a Friday. Anyone? Yes, yes, it is. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So following that will be the first opportunity for that chair to consider calling the meeting.
No, the chair considered calling the meeting as of December 11th. Yes, December 11th, the chair can consider calling a meeting.
Yes.
You're right.
Once this is
Ratified, but the chair is going to consider it as soon as we move this today, yeah. We can't order the chair to do anything, so. Nicely.
Thank you,
What else
Councillor
was there?
Palashi. Is there anything else you would like to add?
I just want to make sure that anybody I'd like to see these emails and who else was on there. From my understanding, planning did everything that they could to help and support the residents' concerns on the planning side of things. And I was assured by the commissioner at the time that that had happened. What I'd like to know is what else was there and why did the communication, why wasn't the communication there? And clearly, we have a resident that is disappointed and upset and has enough to be here again today, to delegate, take the time out of her, sure, busy schedule, to come here today to say, you didn't do enough. And why wasn't that communication done? It is so important that the city of Brampton communicate, especially to residents that come and delegate. Anybody that comes and delegates have taken their, time out of their day to do so. And, it's the top job of anybody working in the city of Brampton, communication to our residents, because the residents are the ones that pay our salaries. So I'd like to understand why and know. And once this email it comes across, then we'll find out, I guess. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Palashi. We have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi to refer to staff for consideration, and that the diversity equity training module be required to be completed by all members of Committee of Adjustment by December 20th, 2024, or that they be at a risk of removal by council as member, and that the Chair Appointments Committee consider convening of a meeting to consider such appointments. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you for your delegation. Thank you so much. And before we move on, thank you so much. And now we'll move on to our next delegation. Is from Jeffrey Tachuki, Senior Land Development Planner,
Digram Developments, Inc. Welcome, you have up to 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I believe council members indulged to have a picture taken by Steve Kerr. If we can request to have that before our next delegation, I apologize for that. And next is a delegation from Jeffrey Tuchuki, Senior Land Development Planner, Digram Developments, Inc. Welcome, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Madam Clerk, are they online? Oh, right there.
Hello?
Jeffrey, are you online?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. You have 5 minutes and you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Brown, Chair, Council, and everyone. My name is Jeffrey Takeuchi. I'm here to request the street name Narja Street and Zubita Park, specifically for Digram 4 and 7 within the Block 48-2 and file number C05E16.004. In discussion with city staff, Narja Street meets the criteria for a street name, as well the name Zubita was approved as a street name by council back in July 2021. Digram Developments has developed 38 townhomes at the intersection of Program Road and Countryside Drive. We also have 4 draft plan approved sites in the pipeline within the Block 48-2, which will contribute to Brampton, bringing more housing to the community. Both the requested street name and park name are founding names of the company Digram Developments, Inc., and the importance of these names brings significant impact to the community and of the work that we do. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your delegation. Deputy Mayor Singh, you have the floor.
Sorry, I didn't hear the name. Jeffrey, could you repeat the name?
Yep, the names are Narja Street
and Marge Street?
Zubita Park.
Okay. I know staff is actually bringing a report on park names and street names. We've been working with Ed. So I would just, I don't think we can just make a decision off the cuff. So I'll just refer it back to them and they'll bring it part of that report. I don't need a separate report or nothing. I think they're coming with a bunch of names. We've been working with Ed's office for everybody, all the council's requests. So we'll just refer it back, but I don't need a separate report, just include it part of there. And I'll leave it, Jeffrey, just to maybe send it to the clerk's office, exact names and how they're written, so there's no mistakes. And we'll include it that day part of the report. So I'll just refer it back to staff, but I don't need a report back, just include it back in the report coming back already from recreation side, okay?
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Singh, and thank you, Jeffrey, for the delegation. We have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Singh to refer to staff. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Our next delegation is from Krish Honda, Brampton resident. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hello, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me today. Really appreciate it. My name is Krish Honda. I'm 20 years old. Williams Parkway and
Krish, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Is it better now?
No.
Test.
There.
That's better.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me restart. So thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me today. Really appreciate it. So my name is Krish Honda. I'm 22 years old. I'm living in the Williams Parkway in Murray, Ward 1. Autumn is a beautiful season filled with community spirit, from pumpkin pies to Halloween celebrations and the vibrant color changing of the leaves. However, in our community, the falling of the leaves bring a significant challenge, with massive piles of leaves on our streets creating hazards that impact the safety and infrastructure as well. This really leads to like blocked sewage and drainage pipe issues, as well as reduced visibility for residents and drivers, because the amount of leaves on the roads make it hard for drivers to navigate the area, creating further hazards and obstacles for residents, including children and seniors. So while there is a leaf vacuum program in Brampton, which is a great initiative, it currently doesn't really tackle this community that's facing this issue. So I'm requesting the expansion and enhancing this program to improve the safety and reduce infrastructure strain and foster a clean and more accessible environment for everyone. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that there may be.
Thank you, Krish, for your delegation. We have Councillor Palashi on the board. Councillor
Talking about
Palashi.
the LEAF program. Can I guess the delegation was about the expansion of the LEAF vacuum program?
Yes.
And my only question, I don't have a question of the delegation, I have a question of staff, because our office is being inundated with residents asking for the LEAF vacuum program in certain areas. So did we do any kind of communication about the program? Did council say that we are expanding the program, or were you looking into expanding the program? And follow-up question, what areas of Brampton have it now?
To the chair, I can answer that. Maybe Shane, the Director of Operations, he can answer that question.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Palashi. Currently, the LEAF program is in downtown Brampton as well as Churchville.
And that's what I figured. And at one time it was in Peel Village, correct?
It's got a long history, but
prior to the ice storm, right, where we lost the majority of our tree canopy.
It was in mature neighborhoods of 25 plus years old, and then through constraints, it was reduced to downtown, and then re-expanded to Churchville.
In 2013 was the ice storm, and I think that at that time we had reduced it because we lost the majority of our tree canopy, so it didn't have to be done, and then it wasn't. And then it continued in downtown Brampton. I added it to Churchville. And I said inundated, and I'm not really getting inundated. I've had 6 separate residents send a few emails from one particular area. So I need to look at, and it's an area that has extremely mature trees and is very similar, I believe, to, well, it's not as big as, wouldn't be as old as Churchville, but I'm not going to do anything with this today, but in the budget, I'm going to be asking for numbers to expand the program, particular in back to the mature neighborhoods, or maybe possibly back to where it once was. So if you can get ready for that work, I'll ask for that come budget time, or I'll ask for the mayor to look into it. You were going to? Yeah, I'll support you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. Councillor Santos, followed by Councillor Vicente.
Probably want to stay, Shane.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Through you, I'll agree with Councillor Palashi. Thank you very much for the delegation. Question to staff. The area in which Krish lives in Ward 1, is that not within the downtown boundaries for this program already?
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, I don't believe so. I believe that the delegate lives on the southwest corner of Williams Parkway in here, Ontario, which is outside of the northern boundary.
Okay, got it. So if we, and I think I'd like to just refer this to staff now, especially if we're going to be talking about it because it is a budget item anyway. So we might as well prepare for that discussion and get that comparison of the mature neighborhoods and what the program was before and what a potential budget impact would be should we consider moving this moving back to covering mature neighborhoods like we did in the past. And then question to Krish. Krish, thanks for delegating. The city and all cities actually across the entire country are facing significant budget and financial pressures. Significant. Certainly at the region, with our regional budget discussions, we're dealing with a lot of cost pressures. And added services like this, whether it's additional grass cuttings or snow plowing, additional services, or now an expansion of leaf vacuum program, will most definitely impact the property tax roll. Are you and other residents in the neighborhood prepared to pay for those additional services should we consider this in our budget?
I think given the safety issue that it poses, I think it's definitely part of the consideration, and definitely understand the aspect that all cities across Canada are facing financial strains and even the affordability crisis. However, with that being said, I think like many other communities and citizens and residents of Brampton, affordability is one of the most important things. So necessarily, or been developing a program or initiative that's on an as-per-need basis to really counteract and for the extension of the LEAP program. So it's not the whole entire community, because it doesn't make sense for the whole entire area to get it when necessarily only certain streets have a large volume of trees that produce the leaves. So taking more on an ad hoc basis. So it doesn't really impact property taxes for the normal resident.
Okay, Krish, thank you. And I'd love for you, if you could please contact me directly. I'd love to sit down and chat with you a little bit further, just because the way that the budget process works in Brampton is that even those residents who don't access this particular services would be helping to pay for the cost of it. And so it's a challenging year for us, Krish, over the next few years, because we can't pay for everything on the property tax roll all the time without increasing it significantly. So we're trying our best to prioritize everything. But Krish, I'll refer this to staff for consideration and for a report back during the budget process. We are facing a lot of challenges, and let's just meet up, you and I, and have a conversation in more detail about this. Does that sound good?
Great, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. We have Councillor Keenan on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has obviously been an issue for a lot of the residents in my area as well in Ward 3, specifically Peel Village, and it was my understanding that some of this programming was cut back. Streets that used to get it no longer get it. I know myself and Councillor Vicente, as Chair and Vice Chair of Public Works, we've had the conversation with the Commissioner, even around purchasing or looking at the budget this year at looking at putting in our own equipment or purchasing our own equipment for the City of Brampton to help run that service and not really look to contract it out more. So rest assured, we are looking at this from the Public Works lens. And, happy to support the referral back to see what we can do and where services can be picked up. I think it may be important to look at the age of a community or specific trees in those communities because we know the maple trees are a lot worse than the newer trees that are being planted in the last 20 years. So definitely supportive of looking to see how we can pick up this service. And at least look at the streets that came off before and why they came off and should they be re-added back. But it is obviously to deal with the budget, and I think through myself and the chair, we were discussing this already to be brought to the mayor. So I'm happy to support the referral, and we'll keep everyone apprised as to what's going on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. We have Councillor Vicente on the board.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and yes, absolutely support staff looking into reviewing the boundaries, looking at areas that may have been pulled back before, but also in areas in Ward 1 that may need to be included going forward. And as I listen to this discussion, I will admit that I am a recipient of the leaf collection program as I live in downtown, and I know just how many leaves can fall on a property. And as time passes, that volume only grows. And just for members, also as I'm listening to this discussion, reminded of that clip with Conrad Black on the CBC, where he says, fall is like a second spring. Every leaf is a flower. So enjoy your fall. Winter's coming.
Thank you so much, Councillor Vicente. We have Councillor Fortini on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will support it. I remember we had this program before in the 2012, I think it was disconnected, or maybe like Councillor Kaleshi said, maybe the ice storms. But I always thought it was disconnected because when people piled up the leaves, the snow already came, and the leaves still haven't fallen down. It looks like climate change, things have changed now. We don't get the snow until December. So, I remember that where I live, we used to have it, and we used to pile it up, and the snow comes along, and it was too late to pick up. So I will be supporting it if it goes to budget. I think these mature areas it is. I drive around my area, and if you look at the catch basin, it's so full that it rained the other day, and that the water cannot end up in the basins. So it'll start to freeze. It will be an issue. So if we have this program, and I think it would be a great thing. So I will be supporting it too. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. So we have a motion, moved by Councillor Santos, to be referred to staff for consideration and report back in conjunction with the 2025 budget. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Our next delegation, 613, is from Manisha Manocha and Vikas Sharma about Trimuthi events. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online? Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll have a motion to Okay. We'll go on to our next delegation. Our added delegations, 6.14, Sylvia Roberts. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. I'm a resident of Ward 3. Councillor Medeiros is my regional councillor. On the topic of overnight parking, I have been on the city's case on this file for I think half a decade now. For a little bit of background context for the newer councillors, 15 to 20 years ago, the idea for no overnight parking was we're totally going to have a huge amount of office development in the downtown, and we need to make sure to reserve all of the parking spaces for the huge amount of office development. That has since not happened, and even before the pandemic, the parking strategy found that at peak usage, we still had 700 extra spots in the downtown, so there is no shortage of parking in the downtown. Having staff go and look at having overnight parking as a separate fee structure will make it easier. So when we have a development application coming to the downtown, right now, because even though we don't have parking requirements for the residential, the banks still want to see parking for it, and because parking is not available overnight, the developer needs to plan for parking to satisfy the banks. But if the city has overnight parking available, then they don't need to have as much, and that helps bring down construction costs and makes it more feasible to actually build housing in the downtown. And I think if you talk to the residents or the businesses in the downtown core, the idea of, do you want several thousand more people who live in the downtown and shopping in the downtown? They'd say absolutely, that would be really useful to the downtown. The cost to the city is less than zero because it adds additional revenue. Recently, the city has spent millions and millions of dollars upgrading the garages, which currently the city subsidizes. And it's a case of, well, what happens if we have a huge amount of residential buildings coming to the downtown? First, that's a much better problem to have than the current issue right now. Two is, if you have a huge demand for it, then you can just raise rates. And if you raise rates, then people will consume less of it. And that's been reliably found in other cities that have done that. Pasadena, having such programs, was essential to revitalize their downtown. So this is well-established ground. And it's having a separate fee structure for overnight gives the city additional tools. So you have your short-term parking. So if you want to bring people to the downtown to go shopping for restaurants, you have that. There is the day parking for like a monthly pass for day parking, which is for businesses and stuff. And then an overnight parking rate gives the city additional flexibility in targeting and how it wants to allocate the public parking space. So I would urge council support the motion, and I would be very happy to see a motion come back from staff. Thank you. That is my delegation.
Thank you for your delegation. We have Councillor Santos on the board. Okay, maybe she put her hand down. Councillor Medeiros, would you like to bring your motion forward?
Sure.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I had a hard time getting off mute.
Okay, Councillor Santos, sorry.
That's okay, but I'm fine to have Councillor Medeiros bring his motion forward because my question is related to the motion as well.
Perfect. Councillor Medeiros?
Yeah, thank you for you, Madam Chair. So the motion I brought forward, and actually my apologies to members of the committee because I received a briefing note from staff yesterday, and it seems both motions, and I don't know how the clerk, if we can deal with both motions and I guess in one, because it just seems that some of the work is already being done by staff. And I guess my question to staff regarding the motion, because in the briefing note, which I shared with members of committee, staff say that they're doing a feasibility study as a result or related to the parking plan. So I guess my questions would be, can we look at, is it already incorporated in what we're looking at, a parking permit which allows overnight parking or in an extension of 7 days or some form of it? I don't need specifics and when the report comes back. And I guess the second aspect would be regarding using city space from a security perspective. So maybe staff can address it and this would be easier for us to consider it.
Thank you so much, Councillor Medeiros. Maybe staff may want to respond.
Through to the chair. So we currently have an RFP out on bids and tenders for exploring a recommendation out of our parking study from last year to explore on-street residential permit parking. So we have been working with purchasing to explore this, to expand the scope of that work, to look at city facilities, such as parks and recreational centers, for example, to include overnight parking. So we can take that back. And then secondly, I do know that in the downtown, we have been exploring, because of an additional motion when we had the parking study come up last year, exploring overnight parking in our downtown city-owned facilities, and that work is being undertaken by Public Works currently. So there are synergies where we could bring lessons learned there as well. But there would be operating considerations and constraints we would have to consider for any city-owned facilities that have overnight use or snow removal, but we will account for all of that in the scope of work.
And thank you for you, Madam Chair. And my apologies, I take responsibility. Maybe I should have consulted with staff sooner than I expected. So maybe staff can advise on basically the two motions. Is there anything that, so for what I heard, that some can be incorporated, and I guess I look to the clerk, how would we phrase it, just to ensure that these elements are incorporating what we're looking at, unless staff say that they're already all being looked at.
Through the chair, just back to staff, I can confirm that we are doing 2 out of the 3 because we're doing the on-street residential permit parking.
Yep.
We're also exploring city facilities in the downtown, specifically Nelson Square parking garage. And we can take back the other city-owned facilities around parks and rec centers to explore.
Okay, and then after the parking permit, that's also being addressed. So for example, overnight parking on streets. So currently, I know, for example, if someone wants to leave their car overnight, they call in, they give their license plate. Now, are we looking at a permit system on streets?
So we are exploring the feasibility of that with the potential
Okay.
for a pilot project as part of phase
Okay.
2. But I think there is an opportunity here to expand the scope to look at city-owned facilities as well, if there's will to do that.
Okay, and my apologies again, so maybe, city clerk, you can, based on the feedback we got from staff, if there's, verbiage to the effect on what type of direction that we would be providing.
Through you, Chair, to you, Councillor Medeiros. I think the motions as they are, I would recommend proceeding with each one, and I believe the direction alongside of these motions is clear with staff.
Okay.
Okay.
And I won't move anything until my colleagues speak, and, if there's will, then more than happy to move it after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Medeiros. We have a motion to receive the delegation by Councilor Keenan. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. We have Councilor Palashi on the board.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So I will not support expanding parking on streets. It is next to community safety. It's a massive complaint. And it's funny that this came up. I had a knock on my door at 8 o'clock last night from a resident that lived around the corner talking to me about people parking on streets. And I live in an older area where our streets are still it was at 20 meters or the 21 meters, and we've reduced right across the city. We've gone from 18 in Springdale to 16 in Mount Pleasant, and now we're looking at Heritage Heights. And I know there's conversations going on around that as well. But to try and navigate through our roads when people are parked on the street is extremely difficult. I've heard about a number of accidents that have happened, making it truly unsafe. And then we think about our emergency vehicles, right? If we start allowing more of parking on our street, we're going to have more issues with emergency vehicles. I'm sure, and I guarantee we've all had, calls about a fire truck not being able to get down the street. And in our area, we had one in particular in the Snell Grove area where the fire truck could not get down the street. And so I'm not supporting more of this. And I'll be getting into Heritage Heights when it's time to get into it. But I think we as a council need to make a decision whether we support on-street parking or not. And I'm not going to be supporting it. We have continued issues with residents' garbage not being picked up. Now, you don't hear about it often because the region is so good about going back with their other vehicles and picking up that garbage. The resident phones the region appeal sends somebody out, picks it, but it's a huge expense. But snow plows, we all have heard the complaints about snow plows, and the fact that people aren't having their streets plowed because of the amount of vehicles that are parked on the road, still an issue. So I will never support more. I don't know if I supported I think it was the 14 extra that we supported a number of years ago. The permit parking, an additional 14 per vehicle. Is that the number?
Through the chair, I would want to confirm that through Public Works.
Okay. I
But-
think it was 14 extra, permitted parking. And I almost want that to go away too, because, we've had a number of issues, again in Snellgrove, that, individual of, one particular house is certainly using their 5 cars for, the 14 each car. Gets that throughout the year and is becoming a problem for some of the residents out there. So I'm not supporting it. I'm fine with staff continuing to do some work. If you're going to talk about, I'll get to facilities. If you're going to talk about our parking garages, I think we need to talk about charging people for parking in our parking garages. Not my area, but I certainly think that needs to be done. I know that the last time I talked about it, that we need to start thinking about it. It went completely the other way, and now massive signs are on all of our parking garages saying free parking. Really want to know what's going on with that, and I want to be able to start charging for parking for people using our facilities. I think we resolved the electric plug-ins for our facilities, people parking there overnight and having their cars plugged in. I hope we resolve that. As for parking in facilities, when you look at any one of our, Jim Archdeacon, Cassie Campbell, Commissioner Boyes and I dealt with an item not too long ago. They wanted to park school bus and pick up children from one of our facilities, but they needed to get insurance. So I'm going to look at, from our side of it, I don't believe we're going to allow people parking overnight at our facilities without having them provide us a certificate of insurance, and the added cost to them is going to make them not want to park there. If you want to look at that, I'm fine to look at it, but I don't think we're going to, we're not going to insure that vehicle parked in our facility. So we're not going to allow it, nor do I think I know what the answer is going to be. So I'm not supporting that either. If you want to have a pilot and park in the downtown, again, not my area, but only in a parking garage, not anywhere other than that. So as far as I'm concerned, as of right now, not supporting either of these motions, but I'm fine with staff continuing to do the work that they're continuing with any pilots or anything related to parking. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. I believe staff would like to respond.
Through the chair to Councillor Palashi, I do take your point. So we will continue with the RFP that we have. I guess the question is just if we wanted to expand the scope at all. So, okay. Thank you.
That's this direction is asking you to expand the scope, and I don't want you to do that. I'm not supporting it. And
Okay.
It's up to the member. Sorry, it's up to the member to put that in on the floor, but I'm not supporting that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. Thank you, staff. Just for clarification, sorry, there's no staff report that has come back reporting.
No, not through the chair, to you. There is no staff report currently, so there's an RFP out. We're seeking bidders to come in to look at the feasibility, the operational considerations, emergency vehicles, all of these considerations. Then we would bring a recommendation back, and phase 2 could be a pilot depending on the neighborhood. It wouldn't be a blanket approach. It would be in certain neighborhoods, considering the different built forms, different road right-of-ways, et cetera. All of these criteria would have to be considered for a recommendation.
Thank you so much. We do have Councillor Santos, Fertini, and Councillor Keenan on the board. Councillor Santos.
Thanks so much. Through you, Madam Chair, I do agree with Councillor Palashi that it is a safety issue. And just a question to bylaw enforcement staff, because I keep asking the same question. What is the #1 complaint for service request at at the City of Brampton per month.
Through you, Madam Chair, it is parking. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. So this is another sort of difficult challenge that we have in our city. The number one complaint by far at the City of Brampton is parking, and the majority of which is on-street parking. It's not only a safety issue, but an enforcement issue, and I know that we're looking into this pilot program. Question back to staff is, as part of the RFP for doing this pilot study or what have you, is there a portion for public consultation? Because I want to make sure that if we move forward with any sort of on-street, registered on-street parking, overnight parking, that those 8,000 residents who complain every single month about on-street parking are consulted, and that they also agree that this is okay with them.
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, I will take a look at the RFP. If there is not, we could work on an addendum to include that in the scope of work, but I'll confirm with you.
Yeah, I think that we definitely need to get that consultation, because the consultation we have right now is that residents don't like on-street parking. And then my final thing is, and I appreciate the balance we're trying to find, and I agree also that overnight parking on city parking in city facilities or parking spaces like the Nelson Street parking garage, when we move forward on a plan, must be paid parking. Folks need to be paying for staying overnight on city facilities that are being patrolled by security. The other thing I just want to mention, and I know Councillor Keenan has brought this up in the past, the combination of safety issues with parking as well as enforcement and complaints related to parking is also part of the reason why we are implementing various active transportation infrastructure on some of our roads. So I just want to bring that up, because once you have a bike lane there, that charge to park on that street is a lot higher, and we are trying to create safer lines of sight for drivers and vulnerable users who are crossing the roads and not being obstructed by cars who are illegally parked on our streets. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. We do have Councillor Fortini on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, and this is a balance. It's hard to keep everyone happy when it comes to the snow. I know between 2 and 6 a.m. you're not allowed to park, but we get snow in the daytime too, and it'll be a big problem with even though the cars are there. I know Mississauga, talking to Karen Parrish, the mayor, they're going to be looking into putting all the streets in Mississauga, no parking on one side, and allow parking on the other side with a permit, the yearly permit like Toronto does, and they pay a fee. And in a way, this does help, so people don't have to wind their driveway, and we don't get water onto our sewers and back up in people's basements. And if people, have small driveways and they want to pay that fee, it's an income for the city. But, it's like Councilor Santos said, I think we got to go out to the public too, make sure they're okay with it. I know some areas would be helpful. In the mature areas that have driveways, they probably won't need it, but some other places, they probably have 2 or 3 cars. They don't have the parking if they want to pay that fee like Toronto does. I think we should allow it, but I'll wait back for the staff to come back with a report, and we'll see what happens then. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, we all deal with our parking concerns, constraints, and as we move into winter, road parking is going to be one of our biggest issues and complaints we'll be getting, not only from our snow removal, but from our residents, to the point where we're going to be looking to tow those vehicles in hopefully large numbers. So I definitely am not going to be supporting anything that's going to increase parking on the streets. So for that, I can't do it. I think we need to keep the rules that we have and work on enforcing them. And I know we've been working with the bylaw on a new model that hopefully will be really, getting to the bottom of people's habits on parking on the street and thinking they're going to get away with it. They're not going to be, coming very soon, as I've been told by our director. So I'm happy about that. So, and just when I'm looking at the motions, I don't think on the second motion, I'm not going to be supporting an expansion into our facilities. I think the insurance piece will be a large concern, and, we can't get into the business of protecting other people's properties and vehicles because they might be getting stolen on their driveways. We don't want to take that into our thing. 9.3.1, the motion here about reporting back about overnight parking. That was already a motion that was already, you guys are already in the works of dealing with, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Kelly, yes, we're exploring pilot for the downtown.
And I think that Councillor Medeiros recognized that, and I would maybe ask that the councillor just remove this motion because it's redundant. And then we can vote on the other motion about expanding it. But is it not citywide, the parking things that are coming back?
Through the chair to several councillors. So there's two things that we're undertaking. So currently we have a pilot program looking at the Nelson Square, not the pocket park, the Nelson Square garage, parking garage, and exploring overnight parking there. Public Works is working on that. Two, we have a feasibility study that we're going to be initiating. RFP is out, closing December 3rd, to explore residential on-street parking in various areas of the city. This motion would expand the scope of that to include city-owned facilities like rec center parking lots or public parks parking lots.
So the first motion gets you to expand on the scope? Or the second one?
The first motion, if you wanted to expand it beyond just the facilities in the downtown to overall facilities, you could do that. They're kind of, I'd say there's duplication between the two. A paid overnight parking system is like citywide, system-wide, all facilities.
So maybe Councillor Medeiros can clarify his first motion then. Councillor Medeiros?
Yeah, thank you very much. And just to clarify with my colleagues, I'm not asking to move the direction today. It's to include in some form of report consideration for staff. So the first one, paid overnight parking system, what I was trying to achieve, similar to what Toronto has, I know Mississauga is dealing with it. As my colleagues has acknowledged, right now we deal with illegal parking, and illegal parking all over our streets. We know that we have staff challenges, bylaw challenges, addressing all the changes with addressing all the needs of illegal parking. So similar to other cities following suit, especially with the fact of our population growth, I thought it would be prudent for our staff to look at an overnight parking system, which it would not be permanent, allow someone to park 365 days. It would be either a 7 or 14-day extension paid, so at least we recover revenue and we have money which we can put into our bylaw. And I would just ask, it was a consideration that instead of our current system where I believe someone has to call in, there's a 3-day max, and we're dealing with illegal parking and increased, which is confirmed by our bylaw officers, that we would have some controlled measure and be able to recoup revenue, because right now we're not recouping any revenue, with the ability of someone to say, I would want to stay 7 days, or if a report comes back that's recommended 14 days, or there could be a report that comes back that, we shouldn't do it at all, because the experience in Mississauga or Toronto or other cities which implemented an extended parking permit, there's no benefit, and I'm fine with that as well. But I just thought that we merit looking at it, because I think all of us, we feel the sense of frustration when our residents call us about illegal parking, that for us to get into that, at least we have some form of controlled measure and an option to those who do need either emergency parking or need some avenue to park overnight up to a certain amount of days. So that was the logic regarding the first motion. The second motion was based on the Milton model. Based on the Milton model was an attempt to deal with the auto theft, where it would give the option to, and as we're pushing density in the city, such as semis and townhouses and so on, that underutilized facilities that we have that have appropriate lighting, the staff team, that have some form of security, and we know, for example, on some routes, our security go through when they go through our public parks. If there's parking in that neighborhood, that would just be part of that route. So the Milton model seemed interesting. I understand that this town of Milton is half our size, but I just thought it would be something of interest as we're tackling not only the auto theft, but also we're dealing with the critical shortage of parking, notwithstanding the illegal parking, but also all the critical density that we're building, that city assets would be able to be used where we get cars off our roads, and also from a safety perspective. So I just, my two motions were on the attempt to have staff include that, as staff had told me that they're considering that work right now, that they would just incorporate aspects of these two motions into their sphere of analysis, and at that time they would come back with recommendations either for or against, and then we can discuss it at council accordingly. So that was the attempt of what I was trying to do.
Thanks, Councilor Medeiros. Did staff kind of get what I'm trying to? I just want to know if it needs to be. So if it needs to be changed, maybe check with Councilor Medeiros and change the wording so we can vote on it, or leave it and we vote on it as is.
Through the chair to Councillor Keenan, I think just based on Councillor Medeiros' explanation of his initial 9.3.1 motion, staff are doing that. The work that we're undertaking is to explore the feasibility of exactly what he's noting. We will do benchmarking, we will look at operational considerations, we'll make recommendations, and then phase 2 could be the pilot to even understand more lessons learned, etc. 9.3.2 expands the scope, so that's something we weren't considering, but we could.
Thank you. Maybe to make it, clarify things, maybe we can stick to one motion, talk about one motion first and then the others.
Yeah, I'll withdraw 9.3 and 9.1, Madam Chair. Sorry, if you want to recognize me. Yeah. Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we're withdrawing 9.31 and 9.32.
No, 9.32 I'll leave on the floor
now
for a vote.
Okay, so we're going to be speaking to 9.32. We have Councillor Tour on the floor.
I just have a quick question on this. With the second motion that's left there now, with changing the scope of the work, is that causing a delay in the work you're already doing? Would you require more time now to do this? Any significant change to the cost or the timeline? That's all I want to know.
So in terms of adapting the scope, we have an RFP that's out. It might delay the closing of the RFP by a week, but the overall work plan, I don't think so. I think we could tie it in, but.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other councillors on the board, we will have a vote for recorded vote requested. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Chair Brar, recorded vote for notice of motion 9.3.2 as seen on screen. And I'll just go through the list. I'll start with Councillor Medeiros.
In favor.
Councillor Fortini.
In favor.
Councillor Power.
No.
Councillor Tour.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Singh. I think he's not online at this time. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Santos?
In favor?
Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Brar? Sorry, Chair Brar.
Opposed.
Councillor Paleshi?
Opposed.
And Councillor Keenan?
Opposed.
We have 6 for and 4 against, so the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we'll go on to, let's see. Madam Clerk, is it possible we can maybe take a break for lunch? With 30 minutes, council members, that's okay. So we will be back at 12:20 and we'll recess for lunch. Thank you. user fees.
I'm not ready.
No, get
I'm not
ready,
up yet.
get ready.
I'm ready.
Bill Boyes was saying that she didn't want to delegate emails, and maybe she would. Okay, perfect. Thank you, and welcome back to the Committee of Council. We do have one last delegation. Madam Clerk, is Sylvia Roberts still here or online?
Through you, Chair. We'll check online. I believe Sylvia did not stay for this delegation, although she may be back to a future meeting.
Perfect.
She's not here now.
Thank you so much. And now we will move on to our corporate services section. It's regarding 8.2.2, which was held by Councillor Keenan. And Councillor Keenan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I agree with going out for the construction management services for this project, given the size and scope and the ability it gives us to move a little bit quicker and with someone through the design stage portion. I just want to confirm that we'd still be going with a standard CCDC 5B contract, which would allow us to move from it would allow us to move from the CM to a fixed price or a guaranteed max price, a GMP contract. This way to make sure that we're not just running on costs and going over budget. That way we can make sure that we're hitting those targets still, but we're still able to move forward in this current stage and then lock in those figures. So can I just get the confirmation that that is the type of contract that we would be getting into if we go the CM route?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair to Councillor Keenan. I will invite Michael Harlow, our Director for Development Engineering, just to confirm the details of the contract, because I'm not aware of the exact.
Through the chair to Councillor Keenan, yes, that's correct. It's a CCDC 5B. We are going ahead with sort of the initial portion of that, but once we understand what the costs are, you have two options. You can either lock in for a guaranteed maximum price, or we could proceed on a cost on a percentage basis.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to make sure that is the route that we would be going, because I think that's what would protect the municipality the greatest for that. So with that confirmation, I'm happy with this and happy to move it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. Seeing no other councillors on the floor, we have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to approve the staff report. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, and the motion carries. We'll go on to our next report, 8.2.5, which was held by Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 8.2.5 was the user fees. I had a number of questions. I guess I'll start by talking about the addition to the community sports group, youth groups, non-residents, and then the addition to the surcharge of 30% up to $100 for each non-resident, which I'm happy about. I guess what I'm looking for, though, is in terms of if they have 60 days to provide us with the status of how many residents are residents and how many are non-residents. What are the repercussions if they don't? Because it's it's on our system. Are we able to catch? A lot of the times what I hear is from other groups saying, well, that group doesn't have they're more non-residents. So how do we look into this and how do we ensure that, that we're getting this within the 60 days?
Through the chair to Councillor Pleshy. So one of the helpful parts of this is the new allocation policy that council approved last June, I believe. So this will be the first year it'll be taking effect. Staff will request that list, and if they don't meet the threshold of 80%, and then they will also be charged, the non-resident rate per individual. But if they don't meet the threshold of 80% individuals that are residents, then they will not be afforded the allocation that they have. So there is a dispute process within the policy where they do have 30 days to provide the information and back and forth, but ultimately the city has the discretion then to change or address or revoke their allocation. So that could happen. We are, I'm going to say, being flexible the first year. We're just starting this in the allocation policy.
Yeah.
But if we have issues, complaints, we'll certainly address them with the different groups that are in question.
Okay, and then, thanks, Commissioner, for that. What I'm also wondering, though, is about, that specifically talks about youth groups. And really what I'm wondering about is, additionally, what I'm wondering about is, you know, non-youth groups, men's leagues, stuff like that. If they're, because you get other groups always contacting us to say, well, this one group has their choice of anything that they want and their times, and we have to wait for them to pick. And the majority of the players on those teams or whatever are not even from the city of Brampton. Where we make up our groups are majority city of Brampton. How do we handle that? And I'm sure it's difficult, but especially for more of the newer things that we're undertaking, like cricket, kabaddi, you know, field hockey, that kind of stuff.
So those groups, through the chair, those groups, if they qualify based on the 80% and they meet it, they'd be in our affiliate group. For the adult groups you're referring to, they don't receive a discount on fees, so they do pay the full price.
Yeah.
For instance, like cricket fields this year and our user fees
Yeah.
went up about 10% approximately. Now, we hope that will address it. And again, we do have to evaluate this new policy as we go forward.
Mhm.
But we actually now have something that's council directed. It has some teeth to it, and it gives us an ability, you know, to deal with the situation that we're faced with.
And I'm really asking something outside of what the report is. The report is just about the user fees.
Right.
But it goes hand in hand because of the complaints that we're getting. I think my last question for community services was Learn to Swim. And so once a year, we have, you know, a big campaign about trying to ensure everybody knows how to swim. And I've told my story before, so I won't bore you with that again, but there is no reason why people shouldn't know how to swim. And I think it was myself and I recall Mayor Brown, we were both talking about, if you can't afford to learn how to swim, you don't have to. In the city of Brampton, we'll cover it because everybody should know how to swim. You know, we've had too many fatalities either in Heart Lake Conservation Area, Professor's Lake, and we can't have those. So I thought that there was a motion that anybody that needed to learn how to swim, there was no cost. In talking to your staff, that wasn't the case. We have the ability to provide people with a zero cost if they need it, but it doesn't sound easy from the discussion that I had with staff. When I thought council's direction was, you want to learn to swim? There's no charge.
Through the chair, so there is a Swim to Survive program you might be familiar with Board of Education that the board looks after. I'm not sure if they charge a fee at school or not for that, but it's for grade 3 and grade 7.
Mm-hmm.
The Learn to Swim program, if people can't afford it, we direct them to Active Assist. And then if you qualify for Active Assist based on your income, then you would get free programs and services such as a Learn to Swim program within recreation.
Tell me about Active Assist. Like, if we're sending somebody to, you know, do a lot more work that is there's a bunch of roadblocks in front of them just to achieve whatever support that they can get through that. Who is Active Assist? Who runs it? Is it provincial, federal, us? It's us.
So through the chair, yes, it is a city facilitated program, and to apply, you do need a proof of residency, a proof of total family net income, and a proof of responsibility for the dependents, so for
Okay,
kids.
and we support and help all languages, we help them with whatever they need to try and get that if they're choosing to go that route.
Through the chair, we do, provided they meet the income threshold, which is called the LICO, or low income threshold.
Okay. So maybe that, this go around, I don't know who comes and delegates to council at the time of the swim. I don't remember what it is, the swim.
Through the chair, the Life Saving Society?
I thought it was internal. Somebody comes before us and we talk about, recreation talks about learning to swim and there's a whole week-long, like our fire alarms, like.
Yeah, through the chair, Drowning Prevention Week, I think we.
That's it?
Probably, yeah, I think it was in the summer.
So maybe we can look at, probably in the summer, it shouldn't be in the winter. Maybe we can look at highlighting that active assist this go around as well.
Sure.
Okay, so getting that word out. Sorry, I said I was gonna be brief. That was it for community services. Stormwater charges are going up. I'll ask for that to be removed. I don't want stormwater charges going up. I don't even want stormwater charges. Never wanted them. We're not building more stormwater ponds okay, we're building more stormwater ponds. We're looking to not build anymore. So I haven't talked to anybody about this, but it's a money grab. It is 100% a money grab. I'm not okay with it. I've never been okay with it. It's just it's just more money that we can get from the residents and put it into a different, as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but I'd like it removed from the report, and I'm not supporting the adding dollar amount, whatever it is, for stormwater charges. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. Seeing no other councillors on the board, we do have a motion.
Councillor Brar, I think I'm on the board.
Yep, Mayor Brown?
Just back to Commissioner Boyes. The last few years, I've been driving at the budget period the need to make sure that non-residents are not benefiting from our recreational services that are at capacity. Where this originated is about 2 or 3 years ago. I realized our tennis dome was at 100% booking, and I had kids groups complaining to me they had to go to Orangeville, they couldn't get time in Brampton. And so we started the process of raising the rates for non-residents because there was large groups from Vaughan and Mississauga and Toronto using our bubble. There's no municipal winter facility in Mississauga. And so, I thought it was, you had to show a driver's license or proof of residency. But where I think Councillor Pelletier is going, can we just make sure that we have these checks? If our residents are the ones paying for it, they should not be at a disincentive. I want to make sure that our residents get the first dibs at our services. And then if there's extra time, then certainly non-residents can book. And so I just hope that there's additional accountability measures that can be found, because in the sports that are at 100% capacity, like cricket, like soccer, like tennis, we're going to have issues.
Through the chair to the mayor, that is correct that we do check when they register the address. We have increased this year in the user fees, the non-resident surcharge by an additional 20%, for programs from 30 to 50%, with the exception of tennis, which is at 100% non-resident surcharge. So we do check that. We are working with our new allocation policy as well to check the residency status. And we also give priority booking for residents for a number of weeks ahead of time, so they have access to our programs and services before they would become available to a non-resident.
And is this inclusive of team sports as well, like soccer and cricket?
Through the chair to the mayor, this does apply to all our programs and services, yes.
So if we wanted to do our own check and say this team or that sport, what percent are from Brampton, you'd be able to tell us, 95% or do we have that type of data?
Through the mayor, this year with the allocation policy, if they're an affiliated group, yes, we would be able to check that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Fortini, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess Mayor Brown said most of the things I wanted to say. So I mentioned this about, I think, last term, about 4 or 5 years ago, and I thought we were coming out with an app like Toronto. So if I want to rent an ice rink, I have to punch in everyone's name and the address. and where it shows green where it's available. And if you don't have at least 40% of the people living in the area, it won't decline you. Did we create the app? I remember when we were told that that's what we were doing.
Through the chair to Councilor Fortini, we, with our Explore booking system, we are building an app to book services and programs. I would have to ask our Director of Recreation, I believe it is later this year that is coming up.
Okay.
Q1 2025. So it is coming very soon with this new app that will communicate with council and then will be available to the public.
Yeah, in Toronto, I remember, like, you know, trying to book Forest Hill or Glencairn Ice Rink. You have to enter everyone's name on there. And, you know, where it's green, where it's available. If, you know, enter a credit card and everything, and then after, within the next day, if they find out that they decline it. So that would be a good system because it's everyone in it. So, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Deputy Mayor Singh, you have the floor.
Just because I remember the conversations about stormwater and how we got here was a 2-3 year process. I just want to make sure by not increasing the amounts, are we putting any cost pressures on the tax base as a result? Because the whole point of taking it out into a user fee was to remove the tax pressures, especially on residential homeowners, of the water infrastructure. So I want to be clear that the gap, I think, is about, I just saw in the report, $1 million almost with the increase. Is that, by eliminating that potential revenue, is that, I guess with our asset management plan and the costs associated with that, are we okay to lose that million? And if we are not okay, is that going to come from the tax base as a result? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Through the chair to Councillor
it's not
Singh,
the same thing.
Deputy Mayor Singh.
No, it's not. The report, this plan, if you recall. Yes, but as a resident, if you remember the amounts, the portion that fell on the residents of the water tax bill through the property tax was much higher through the user fees, because the user fees discriminated between the uses, and those uses include logistics hubs, include malls, and so the pressure falls more on employment. When you put it back on the tax base, it falls more on the residential. That's why we went on the user fees. It's all in the reports over the last 2 years, or 3 years, so if you could just clarify that.
Through the chair, that's correct. The introduction of the stormwater charge was intended to rebalance the way stormwater charges are paid. Previously, residential properties were subsidizing non-residential to a great extent. So now that this is a more fair and equitable way to pay for stormwater. And the whole purpose of keeping up with inflation is to ensure that when we do our update to the asset management plan, any gaps are going to be minimized. We do not want sticker shock, as it were. The asset management plan is going to be updated at the end of this year to meet the new provincial guidelines for 2025. And at that point, we'll be reassessing what the financial gap is going to be at that point to make sure that, one, your infrastructure replacement costs are fully funded, which is the purpose of putting aside money in a reserve. We're taking more than we spend every year. The rest of it goes into a reserve for those long-term costs. And if we do not keep up with inflation, we are going to end up in a position where you have a real large gap very suddenly.
Okay. So that's my only concern. If it's going to fall back on the tax base, it'll fall more on residents. That's why I initially supported the user fee. Otherwise, I agree. I want a user fee as well. But the reason I portioned it, because I was shifting more towards non-residential employment. So if it's almost taking a back step, if those losses in revenues are going on the property tax, if that's what's going to result from this, then it's going to go back on the residences, and that was the whole point of passing this in the first place, to avoid the pressures on our residents. So I just want to be mindful of that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We do have Mayor Brown on the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with Deputy Mayor Singh that I wouldn't want to have residents subsidizing large plaza owners who may be owned internationally or nationally, not actually local. And I think that was the genesis behind the change. Having said that, I think the important question that needs to be asked is that $1 million needed this year? And if it is, then it comes from residents instead If it's not needed this year, then maybe you can have a pause on the increase. And so I think the pertinent question is that $1 million required for stormwater infrastructure work this year?
Through the chair, to Mayor Brown, I believe that that's a question we can answer in terms of saying that because of the relative, youth of our infrastructure, we do have some flexibility in moving those costs a little bit further into the future.
So, having said that, then, I would agree with Deputy Mayor Singh's premise that we don't want to shift the burden from corporations to residents, but if it's not needed this year, then, we shouldn't be taking that funds from businesses. So I'd be okay with the pause this year, knowing that we're going to have to see inflationary increases in years to come when it's merited.
Through the chair, if I can just add that any pauses this year will be addressed in the future. So it's not like you're doing away with the need for the money. It is still there. It is just going to be addressed later on.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. We do have Councillor Pelletier on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I was heavily involved in the beginning of this, and the reason why I wasn't supportive of it because, it's an added charge on the tax bill. And I realized that the subsidies have been made over the years for residents. It's funny because you look at the pipes that go into the ground, the gas lines that go into the ground, and the hydro that goes in the ground is all paid by that homeowner. The developer pays for the infrastructure, bills it to the homeowner. But yet, the service is billed throughout the scope of Electra. They bill whatever it says on the, they bill for bad debt, they bill for a number of things on their bills. So if we are building new homes and those homes require a stormwater management pond, then why isn't it that those homeowners are paying for the building of the stormwater pond, which they are paying for in somewhat of it, but then not the servicing of that stormwater management pond is billed right across the city. Tanks are now going in the ground. Employment companies, there's industrial companies that are now going to tanks instead of sewers when they can. One, because sometimes the infrastructure isn't there, but two, because it's cheaper because the stormwater bill on their bills is massive. Like the farmers that we had to do something about the amount the farmers were paying. And I'm glad to see in this report, it actually specifically has, if you can prove that the water is contained within your boundary, then there's support for that. But I want the words in that changed in terms of when it says in there, it needs to leave the municipality. If you can prove it leaves the municipality, it says in there, the words are, if it leaves the Brampton boundary. So if there's a farmer in the heart of the city that contains all their water and reuses their water, they still get the support, right? Sorry, I'm going off on something else too.
That would be correct. Through the chair, to Councillor Pelletier, that would be correct.
Okay, so can we remove the leaving the Brampton boundary and put in words like contained within their property?
Through the chair, yes, we can take a look at the specific wording, but if I understand, if I recall from the bylaw, there are two types of exemptions. There are the ones where you can prove that the water, is contained on your property, and that is done through the credit program. And then there are the technical exemptions where you make no use of the city's stormwater system. So you get 100% credit in that.
But I think both of them say leaving the Brampton boundary, I believe.
Well, we will take a look at that.
Okay. Going back to residential as opposed to employment. So still don't support the levy at all for either employment. When we're trying to push more employment lands, we're trying to push more employment. And I understand what the councillor, deputy mayor is saying, and the mayor is saying, we don't want to put it on the burden of the taxpayer. But I believe that we can we not change the rate of tax to whatever whatever that shortfall is, to make sure that it doesn't go in the residential, that it stays on the employment side of it?
Well, there's always the option to, to decide on the level of funding for the stormwater system. You could fund the short-term capital and operating costs, and that's one number, or you can also be very forward-looking and fund those as well as the long-term replacement costs, which is what the current program does. So you are not going to be spending some of the money that's coming in now. That goes into a bank, as it were, for those long-term costs.
It goes into reserve, right?
Into the reserve, that's correct, yes.
Okay, and we'll get back to that in a second.
So, yes, there is, there are layers to the program. So ultimately, we tried to be as comprehensive in developing the program, knowing that you've got one opportunity to do this, to get it through to the community, as it were. So we went through the consultation process, and we got everyone's feedback on this. Being prudent and financially responsible was the way to go. We heard that, so the program, as it was rolled out, had that reserve component built into it.
Do you ever remember seeing how much of the reduction was on the tax bill when we went to the levy, Deputy Mayor? Do you remember? I don't remember seeing that. When we moved it from the taxpayer, from the tax, that was baked into the tax, to a levy, what was the reduction in the tax bill?
I'm not sure what the specific reduction would have been, but we did the calculations that showed before the introduction of the stormwater charge, roughly $33 per taxpayer was set aside for stormwater. But bear in mind that that was just a very reactive approach to funding stormwater. It was only what is going to be done next year. So it was never really...
We were always behind a year in what we were charging, I get it. But when we made the move to a levy, what, is it a levy?
I remember $57.
It was a $57 reduction on the tax base?
I'm not sure. I don't have that number.
I don't know what, Mark? Sorry, and Nash, sorry, let me go back to the other, what was the thing I was going to come back to? Yes, the money in the reserve. Where's that money going? What are we spending the majority of that money on?
So all the stormwater charges come into the reserve.
You can say it.
Yes, and then out of that, we fund the next
Riverwalk,
year's
right?
operating.
Riverwalk, right?
And capital, and yes, the city's, the corporation's made a decision to fund Riverwalk from that reserve.
So 22 million in the first year that we put aside for Riverwalk, and then how much after that?
I'm not gonna break it down year by year, but to the end of 2024, $82.8 million.
National Mark, I'd like that broken down. And I want to make sure that what we're spending in Riverwalk from the Stormwater Management Fund is only for stormwater management. All the extra bells and whistles, they don't get any of that money, because that's not what it's there for. Taxpayers in my area are not paying for a fancy light in Riverwalk, but they'll pay for the stormwater support that is needed specifically for the downtown, for sure. I can't, as responsible taxpayer. Anyway, Nash, can you provide a breakdown later?
Yes.
And then you can come back with what the reduction was?
Yeah, the reduction was $4 million in operating costs that were transitioned to stormwater over the 2 years after we started
What
the
would that
levy.
mean for the tax base, though? I don't, $4 million across
We
what?
can translate to that, like what it means for 4 million in
4 million
operating
from the
budget.
resident side?
Yeah,
And we collected 22 million within the first year? I think I remember that. Michael, was that 22 million in the first year that we collected?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still not supporting the increase. I'll ask for it to be voted on separately because there are probably members that are supporting it. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Palacio. We do have Mayor Brown on the board. Mayor Brown?
Yeah, I just got a note from Mark Medeiros on our budget office saying that it would be a $1.4 million transfer onto the property tax base. And so I want to get more information on this. I think Councillor Peleshi's asked some important questions. So maybe the best thing I'll propose is we defer item 2 to budget with a full staff report on the ramifications. Item 2 is the one that mentions the stormwater, right? I can see that on the screen if I look. Yes. So if we could defer item 2 to budget to be accompanied by a full staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Chair. Sorry, Mayor Brown, just for clarity, is it just the increase to the stormwater management charges that's being deferred to budget? But the other schedules are approved today? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have Deputy Mayor Singh on the board.
The mayor did steal my thunder. I was gonna say the same thing, but when we implemented this, it wasn't easy, and it took about 2-3 years. And some of the questions that Councillor Pleshy are asking were asked back then too, and it was a very tough thing to bring in. But there were these reasons that we brought it in. So I think it's fair. I think we need to do some more background, get some more background information, see what the consequences are of a decision like this. So I'm okay to debate this at budget with the numbers in front of us, and some of the questions Councillor Pleshy asked can be brought in writing, and we'll see, what the ultimate budget consequence is of not doing this versus doing this. So I'm okay with that, and I'll support a deferral, I believe, referral, to budget. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'll wait a couple minutes just to make sure we have that motion on the.
Through you, Chair. At the Mayor Brown's direction, item number 2 was revised. It is on the screen. So that the fee charges proposed for 2025 be approved with the exception of the proposed increase to stormwater management, which is to be referred to budget considerations. Just for clarity.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a motion moved by Mayor Brown as seen on the screen. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Next, we'll go on to 8.27, which was held by Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Pleshy.
A long one. I'm just kidding. There's some overruns, and I just wanted some more better understanding. I'll start off with Public Works, 4.8 million of overrun. I'd like, while you give me more of a detailed, I think I know the answer, but I need you to say, what is the major factor of that 4.8 million? What are, not the major factor, what are the factors of the 4.8 million overrun?
Through the chair, Councillor Qureshi. I think to be very specific, I may have to look into more details with the staff and get back to you on that one.
Okay, for council next week?
Yep, thank you.
We'll go to, Legislative Services, 3.7 million overrun. Can I get more of a breakdown? I understand that parking and the provincial changes are a major cause of that. Can you give us a little bit more of a breakdown on that?
Through Madam Chair, yes, Councillor Pleshy, you're correct. The changes to the license plate renewal has impacted not just Brampton, but municipalities across Ontario. In the summer, there was a change so that when you renew your plates, you will be advised that you have outstanding fees that need to be paid. So we're looking into recouping those fees, those fines that have been charged. We're also looking at options for different collections. I don't have the exact breakdown, but I can certainly get that for council's information.
And is there, what's the percentage on the interest charge?
I don't know the percentage.
How high are we allowed to go? You can go as high as you want, but legally there's only so much you can collect. 6%, I think? 2%? 2.4%, I think. Anyone? Alex? Come on. Nash? Mark? It's a private sector thing, I get it.
So
Go ahead.
we can, through the chair, we can provide that information to you.
Well, I'd like to know what we ask, yeah. It's 4%. What is it, you know?
No.
I'll go to community services last, but I need somebody to explain more of gapping, 18.6 million in gapping. Nash, please, can you come, or Alex, can you please explain gapping to me? I read what was in there, I truly don't understand.
Absolutely. Through the chair, Councillor, gapping is what we provision we will be saving in labor because of turnover and normal level of vacancies that we expect in during the year, and recruitment process taking time and so on. So we reduce our labor budget by a total number of 18.6 as shown here, which basically reflects those savings. We don't want to put this on the taxpayer because we don't expect to incur it. That's why.
But you have an overrun of 18.6 million.
No, this essentially shows that we have that amount saved, not less. If we saved less, it would show as
You started with the overrun.
Yeah.
You started on the 18.6 high.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I understand now. Okay. But isn't that, should that not be within the departments though?
This is how we have been doing it for years, and it really reflects that, like, we don't know exactly which departments will incur it, to what extent, and that's why we apply it overall at the corporate level.
Is it doubled within the department? Do you see it in the department and do you see it outside of the department somewhere along the budget?
Sorry, through the chair to the councillor. So the main reason we put it in general government is so that the operation has a true cost of service. It used to be in departments before, and it kind of inflates the budget. When we're benchmarked against our peers, it looks like our budget is higher than what it actually needs to be, because we do have that standard turnover of 3-4%. So it's all centralized in general government. So there's, like, when you look at a departmental budget, it's a real reflection of what the need is.
Okay, so when it's different now because it's the mayor's budget, but when the mayor's budget comes to council for us to look at it, is it inflated because of this gapping?
It's actually the opposite. It's reduced by about 3.5%. So every single departmental budget labor is reduced by about 3.5%, and that savings is in general government.
So it is an overrun from the beginning.
So
you're decreasing the amount that we think we're going to spend at the beginning of the year. Now at the end of the year, you're saying there's an overrun of $18.464 million. We're putting it in gapping, which is labor across the municipality. I'm not saying anything's wrong. I'm saying, how do I, during the budget, I guess it doesn't matter because it's not council's budget anymore, but the mayor is extremely kind enough, willing to work with every member of council, which is fantastic. Better than, I think, other municipalities. We're in a better situation. But how do I understand, how do I know that at the beginning?
So if you go on page 3, table 2, there's a chart with all of the departments, and then there's gapping at the very bottom.
Gapping.
So basically, we've put in a negative balance in general government that has to be made up by all the departmental savings. And if you can see, like,
throughout the year, from the beginning of the year, throughout the year, you have to make that up.
So as you can see, like, we're bang on with that, like, we're $600,000 off of the fort. So our gapping number is well aligned to what's actually happening.
Okay.
So you can see where the savings is actually happening, like transit has a big savings, planning. So those savings are making up that 18 million that general government is budgeting for.
Okay.
So we're not overcharging, Councillor.
No, yeah, no, I get it. I understand now. I really would be interested in a further breakdown of the department of that, of the total, and I'll see that in this budget, right? So you're not taking the total from the budget and then removing that this year at the end of the year and showing it in gapping. Right, I'll see it within the departments when I think the departments are presenting to council. I don't know, but.
So we don't budget on the department. So what we do is we look at the $500 million of labor and we multiply the 3.5% percentage, and that's the gapping budget.
Okay, all right, okay. So I'll see it.
Yeah,
Okay.
in general government.
And the mayor will see it.
It'll be in general government.
Right,
Yeah.
it'll be in general government. Okay. Community services. Commissioner Boyce, the 1.8 million from, WSIB, which, I think, I understand that, it's a firefighter's dangerous job, extremely from start to finish. The carcinogens, the horrible situations that our firefighters get put into, and a lot of frontline staff throughout the city of Brampton. Extremely difficult. What I don't understand fully is when we pay into WSIB for all of the employees in the city of Brampton, because we're definitely over that mark of the percentage of how many employees we have at the city. We're in that bracket where we have to pay whatever it is. Why is it that one particular claim isn't paid by what we've paid to WSIB?
Through the chair to Councillor Pleshy, so I might need somebody to explain Schedule 2 employer and, excuse me, that we're self-insured, but for firefighters, they are presumptively covered for cancer claims and post-traumatic stress disorder. There's about 30 different cancer claims right now across all different types of cancers that the province deems if a firefighter gets it after a certain tenure of service, it's presumed that they got it in the course of their employment.
Yep.
And that is retroactive to 1960. So if a diagnosis is made any date after, I think it's January 1st, 1960, the municipality would be paying the claim plus interest. So we could have a firefighter that passed away, I'll use my grandfather, not a Brampton employee, but died in 1980. The claim was made in about 2010. It was presumed a line of duty death. There was an award plus interest on that. We typically see now a firefighter cancer claim can be well over $1 million. And then we get that allocated to us once it's approved by WSIB. So it's, I'll say the burden on the municipalities is growing. The province sets the tenure. Actually, the Premier Ford just announced last week that a lot of cancers were 10, 15, or 20 years to be covered of service you required. Now it will be lowered to 10 years of service. So I would presume that over time, we're going to see more claims. And again, those claims are retroactive to 1960. So although we put in, the best decon practices we can right now, we do everything we can right now to protect our firefighters, there's still a liability for past claims.
Okay, so Commissioner, I guess what I think, given the province's announcement, and I guess some of the concern, if I was in the private sector, and I paid into WSIB, like I expect WSIB to help and support that worker, and that's not really what's happening here. We pay into WSIB, and then that worker needs help, and we also then pay on top of what we've already paid in. And them expanding, the province expanding the years on that, I think we need to advocate to the province for support. I would still like to know that the difference of those sections at a later time, but not relevant to maybe some kind of advocacy. I look to the mayor to maybe advocate to the province for support on to have financial support with the latest announcement, to see if there's either a pot of money or something. Maybe Chris and Mayor Brown can look into something like that. I don't know if Mayor Brown's on or not.
Through the chair, I think this is a pressure that all municipalities are facing for certain. It's great that the firefighters are covered. They deserve it. They do an incredible job in very dangerous circumstances, but there is certainly a cost that comes back to municipalities with it. So.
Okay, so maybe I'll talk to our AMO rep as well, but maybe we put a pin in this one to council next week. Not on this report, but on an advocacy support. If I don't know if the mayor's on or not, so we'll.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm on the line. I remember this debate as it originated under Dalton McGuinty as premier, as a promise he made firefighters in Ontario, and as always, provincial policies seem to have financial consequences for municipalities. There's maybe something we can do at AMO or OBCM to see if there are funds to support, this cost on cities.
Yeah, I don't understand why we pay into WSIB and then we have to pay on top. I think that's the advocacy that it's almost like it's double dipping. It's a tax on top of a tax, almost not. It's nothing like a tax on top of a tax, but it's that double. Alex, you?
Yeah, I can add into, through the chair, to Councilor Paleshi, the city's Schedule 2 WSIB, so we're self-insured. At some point in time, though, we did transfer over. We were a Schedule 1, depending on some of the claims that are coming in through fire, whether WSIB pays or not. And even recently, the province announced a $2 billion kind of return of funds to jurisdiction, but that's only to Schedule 1, and we're not in that schedule. So we are working. We could provide a high-level briefing potentially to try to explain that in an email to council, but there are two different schedules, and then the liabilities around when the claims come in and where they fall within the city expose the city to some financial.
Really briefly, what's the composite of the number of employees from Schedule 1 to 2?
I don't know the exact
Okay, so
threshold,
can you
but I
send
can
an email?
provide that through, yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
And we are, we have flagged this, and we can work with the mayor through our government relations office and AMO to advocate more for Schedule 2 municipalities as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Seeing no other council.
Happy to move it.
Perfect. We have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to receive the report. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. We do have Councillor Keenan on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do notice that Sylvia Roberts is back in, and she did miss her delegation. I was hoping that we could go back before moving to Public Works, and if she could do her delegation.
Definitely. I'll finish up this, this section, and then Sylvia will just come in. So our next section is council question period. Do any members have any questions in this section? Seeing none, we'll go on to our public question period. Madam Clerk, are there any questions that were submitted during this course of time?
Through you, Chair, I don't see any questions online at this
No
time.
questions here. Thank you, and that's the end of this section. And then we'll also go on to our delegation, which was Ms. Sylvia Roberts. Welcome. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. Earlier this year, I delegated and requested that Public Works move forward and bring forward their timelines for roads resurfacing projects. And I would just like to say thank you very much to Public Works for how quickly they're able to turn it around. And hopefully this will help get us projects delivered faster, and so they get completed in one season instead of two, and it's less frustration for residents. Thank you very much to Public Works. That's my delegation.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you for your delegation. We have a motion, this,
For the road resurfacing?
yes. So we will have a motion moved by Councillor King to receive the delegation. All in favor? Thank you, the motion carries. And we do have a report that was held by Councillor Paleshi, which was 9.2.3. It's the staff report. Councillor Paleshi.
What's 9.2.3? The road
Road
resurfacing?
Yes.
So I don't agree. I traveled the roads in wards 2 and 6. They don't need to be done. And I've traveled some of the roads in your areas. They don't need to be done. Chickadee was just done with the region when they ran the new pipes, and yet I've traveled roads in your area, specifically yours, and so I don't know. I don't know how, like, I tried to understand what the scoring was in there. I didn't understand what the scoring was. Conservation Road from Kennedy to Mayfield doesn't need to be done. It wasn't done it wasn't done that often ago. It was, so I don't know what to say, but I've traveled through some of the roads in your area, and if you don't know that those roads need to be done, then I don't know what to say to you, but I refer this back to staff to come back with more of a rationale as to why some of these roads on that list need to be done.
So,
Thank you,
sorry, I can. Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Paleshi. This report is talking about just for the begin procurement process, but the process, once the report is approved, staff will get back to all the councillors, area ward councillors, with a list of roads being done in their own wards. So that way, I think we are going to go and, before we put the tender out, we are going to revisit the list of roads in consultation with the area board councillors and finance the roads before we put in tender documents. So this is just a begin procurement for authorizing from council to procurement process.
Councillor Pelletier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand that, but the roads that you're procuring are the ones that I'm referring to. You know, Sandalwood Road from McLaughlin to Queen Mary Drive doesn't need to be done. Sandalwood needs to be done just the eastbound traffic. The westbound traffic lane doesn't need to be done. So what do you do in that circumstance? Chickadee, that's on this list, doesn't need to be done. So I understand that you're starting the procurement, but you're procuring based off of roads that don't require to be done. And I guess I would settle down a little bit if you were to tell me you're going to procure these roads for when they do need to be done. But that could be 5 years from now, and I'm sure money's going to be changed. You're itching to get in here, aren't you?
I can help you on that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Keenan, thank you, Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just to maybe put some clarity in, I had conversations with the Commissioner and the Chair during our meetings on this, and knowing that this would be a concern for councillors in the areas, I was assured that in the procurement process, even though we're going out for these roads, that these roads would be able to be changed at that time, and the contract is going to be based on the roads and length, and if it was within the same reason and you had another road in your area, you could do it. You may still have your concerns, but knowing that this would be a concern for councillors is the reason that myself and the chair had brought it up. And that was the insurance that I was giving back. And so I don't know if that's good enough for you, Councillor Pelletier, and you may still want to refer this back until you get that clarification, which I would be fine with. The other piece on this is going out for 2 years over a 1 year period. We've been going over a 1 year period consistently every year, going through that process. Staff believe that there's going to be savings in going over a 2 year period. The one request that I have is please provide us pricing for 1 and 2 years so we can see what that saving would be, is what I'm going to ask for, but happy to refer it back until councillors are comfortable with an answer from staff on the streets which are in the report, and maybe providing an explanation on how they will be able to remove or change streets that don't need to be done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. Deputy Mayor Singh.
I think I can speak on behalf of myself and Councillor True. We're okay to refer it back. I actually get the opposite complaint why we do resurfacing on this road when it doesn't need it. So I've gotten that more than I have gotten this road needs resurfacing. And some of the roads mentioned, we're okay with, never heard anything about it. We're more focused on our parks and other things. So if that's something you want to put on the floor, we'll be happy to maybe move it to budget. And yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Region just did it last
yeah. So I'm okay for, we'll support a referral on that, yeah, if you're down.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Singh. We do have a motion moved by Councillor Pelletier to refer back to staff to provide further rationalization and detail be provided for single versus a 2 year contract structuring. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Now we will move on to our public works section. I'll pass it on to. Okay, I can do the rest. Okay. So we will finish off our public works section, which is 9.2.4. Councillor Pelletier, you have held this.
Try to be super brief, because I wanted to speak to this about when Councillor Keenan was talking about locates and homeowners doing locates. So this is now sending in an RFP to get locates done for whenever we need to get stuff dug or anything like that, that one call. I just found out, residents, I always knew, residents don't pay for locates. Why do we pay for locates? Why do we pay the service to do locates? It's the exact, businesses don't even pay for locates. Residents don't pay for locates. The municipality pays for locates. Why? I don't want to do that anymore. Anytime you need a locate, call me. I'll call from my house and say I need a locate at Bovaird and Sandalwood for whatever reason. They don't meet. I don't understand why we have to pay for locates. Why? It's a free service.
Through the chair to Councillor Pelletier, I'll have to take that back. I suspect residential areas have much less underground infrastructure that they have to be worried about.
No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's a wand that they go and they put a pin there and no, it's the same tools and everything, more or less. I don't want to pay for locates anymore. I'm not going to stop the report, but Shane, I want you to go back and look at ways that we can no longer pay for that service. I told everybody at the region, and I'll tell you now, I'm declaring war on hydro and gas. That's what I'm doing. I'm declaring war on them because they don't do anything for us. When we want to widen a road, we call hydro, and we're at their whatever they want, their beck and call, or you got to wait 6 months for whatever reason it is. When Enbridge can go in and dig up a street and not even tell us. And I have residents calling and complaining that Enbridge just came and dug up their front of their driveway and they didn't know, and they don't tell us. So no longer. Plus the fact that Enbridge double dips. They charge the homeowner when they buy the new house for the services that are in the ground, and we don't charge. The builder charges the homeowners for the services that they put into the ground. It's not fair. What a moneymaker. I want more hydro and more gas utility companies. It's a monopoly. That's going off. War on hydro and gas.
I was just going to say through the chair to Councillor Pleshy, the requirement for locates is mandated, so we do have to pay to have someone do that service on our behalf to locate our infrastructure, but we can take it back and look at cost-saving options. Yeah. Yes. We'll take it back and get you an answer.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. We have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi to receive the report. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. I just want to make sure that we receive the correspondence that was added for. Okay, perfect. Number 4, okay. Our next item is, Madam Clerk, sorry.
Through your chair, 9.2.3 was addressed with the delegation. So our next item that was held is 9.2.4. Oh, sorry. Is 9.3.1. Oh, that was done with the delegation as well. And 3.2 was done as well.
Yep.
So I believe we are at the correspondence.
Perfect, thank you.
9.4.1.
Perfect. I just want to make sure that we receive the correspondence, which was added for 9.4.1, related to the report. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to receive the report. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. Next is public question period. Any public questions? Madam Clerk, anything online?
Through your chair, Barbara, I see no questions online at this time.
Thank you. We'll move on to our community service section. Seeing there's no items under community services, we will move on to the next section. Legislative services. Madam Clerk, I believe there was nothing held in legislative services.
There's nothing held, no.
No questions from councillors, seeing none. Public question period. Madam Clerk, is there any questions regarding this section?
Through your chair, there's no questions at this time.
Perfect, thank you. The next section is economic development section. Seeing there were no items held in the section. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Singh, you do have a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff, actually. I did put it in consent, but the report on the Business Climate Partnership Program, that's very exciting. And I look forward, and I know Councillor Tour is supporting that and seeing how that grows. I did read the report, but I had no questions and it was easy breezy, but I just want to thank staff for their work. Okay, and Councillor Pleshy has some suggestions that we include some of the conservation authorities, including CBC, and as he's TRCA as well. Okay.
TRCA is included in this, CBC if you can.
Okay.
I know the chair.
We can have an offline discussion, but good job, and you have some suggestions. Thank you. Thank you to your team.
Thanks, Denise. I was gonna call you yesterday, actually.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Singh. So that report was already in consent, so thank you for the comment. We'll move on to our public question period. Madam Clerk, are there any questions online from any of the public?
Through you, Chair, there's no questions at this time.
Perfect. Next, we'll go on to our referred matters list. Councillor Paleshi, you have held this section. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going through some of the referred matters, and I know a lot are coming next month, next month. But I wonder if then they'll be punted to Q1. It just seems like there's a lot in there, and some that I think don't need to be in there. There's a couple, specifically that I think came out of a heated council last term, or at the beginning of this term, and clearly, you can see today that, like, temperatures have calmed down a bit. And people have forgotten a lot of stuff that had happened last term. So maybe some of these things can be removed. And I guess I'd look at maybe Marlon, if you can organize a correspondence to members of council asking for specific ones. If I don't know how to get them off the list, it's a council decision for them to be in the works, right? But they're taking a lot of time, and clearly, the friendship that's going on, things don't need to be happening. So can you take that? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Moving on, we'll go on to our public question period again. We can deal with item 14, our final public question period. Any questions from the public? Madam Clerk, anything online?
Through you, Chair, I see no questions online at this time.
Thank you. Now, our next item of business is item 15, closed session business. We have 3 items, 15.3, 15.4, 15.5, and I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Singh.
I think there was 2 added.
15.3, we're good? Yep. We're good. So we have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Singh to move into closed session to deal with the following, 15.3, 15.4, and 15.5. All in favor?
Is it 15.1?
You held that in 15.1.
You had held it.
And 3?
Nope,
Just 3?
15.3.
Okay, so 15.
Sorry, through you, Chair, 15.1 and 15.2, I just want to clarify, were intended to be on consent motion.
If not, bring it in and we'll bring it in now.
No. No.
And so that leaves 15.3, 15.4, and 15.5. Did you hold 15.1? No, okay, so that's correct.
Perfect. So again, that would be 15.3, 15.4, and 15.5. We have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Singh to move into closed session. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries.
Checking mic check. Check, check.
Welcome back to Committee of Council. In the continued interest of transparency and open government, Madam Clerk will report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Chair Broad. In closed session, item 15.1 and 15.2 were both approved on consent and not discussed in closed session. 15.3 was considered, direction was provided to staff. 15.4 was considered and direction was given to staff, including that the following motion be considered in open session.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi that item 8.2.6 be referred back to staff. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. Madam Clerk.
And one last item in closed session was 15.5 was considered and direction was given to staff.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our last item of business is item 16, adjournment. Committee is next scheduled to meet January 15th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Singh to adjourn today's meeting. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carried. The meeting is adjourned.